What the hell is going on with this? I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy, and I know then get post. All right, bet. Let's get to it, man. Everybody get up in the building. We got 2,000 already on Kick. Kick is kicking. I love it. I love it. All right, what's up with y'all? Y'all like my singing? Why y'all say crash out? Who should I crash out on? You know I love a good crash out, but we gotta have valid reasons. We're not just crashing out to crash out. We have usually really good reasons if we are gonna crash out. I think we're in a good mood, man. If you guys watched my gambling stream earlier, I did pretty good. I think I'm in a good mood. I hope you guys are in a good mood. I know I actually rathered me get on stream a little bit earlier today, so I do want to apologize. You know, I did my Kick stream, which was a gambling stream. I did good. Then I played some Fortnite. I should have probably just got back on stream immediately. I played with my dogs. But I'm here. It is midnight, but I'll give you guys, you know, I'm still going to try to, you know, we're going to stream max tonight, okay? So hang with me as long as you can. And if you have to go to sleep, please remember the VOD to this will be up not only on Kick, it'll be up on YouTube. It will also be up on your respective DSPs, whether it's Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, right? Chat, welcome, man. Thank y'all for coming here, and thank y'all for anticipating your boy streaming. I have missed y'all. Let me just make sure everybody's online. I think King Academics is getting online right about now. Jersey's in the building. Somebody said, Night Crew, what up? Yeah, I got to give my day crew something, right? We stream maxing, man. Thank you guys again. You guys really make it really enjoyable for me to get on this stream every night. I'll give you some announcement that's probably promising. Because of our lack of consistency in the last, I really want to say we're pretty inconsistent for, how long were we inconsistent for? The last like week or two. We're going to start off April, and it's now April 1st. I know it's April Fool's, but this is not an April Fool's joke. We're going to try to go the first week, no missed streams. I am pushing back any other appointments I have, any other obligations I have. I want to make sure you guys are good. Shout out to my man DJ Busy B. Busy B, I kid you not. I definitely missed you up in, I don't know if you got the word, but I missed you in motherfucking Miami, did I? Jesus Christ. Chat, I was doing double duty, if you guys don't know, at the show. For the last about 45 minutes, y'all saw me DJ. Yep, I had to get on the, what was it, a DJI, I forgot the name of the table that homie had. But yeah, I was on a Serato. That's a fact. I think my DJ got drunk. It's like, imagine me getting drunk on one of my streams, except I think my DJ got drunk. That nigga was lit. We're trying to do some simple shit. We're like, yo, play a song. We're going to do Finish the Lyric. That nigga would be like, ba ba ba. Like, this nigga start playing drops. He just starts shouting himself out. Yo, shout out to all the bad bitches in the building. I'm like, bro, just play the song. I'm trying to give away some money to the people, right? I don't know. I think it was a little bit lit. If anyone went to the show, y'all saw. Shout out to my man Sam Sneak, who's in the building. That's Rick Ross's DJ. Oh, man, me and him had a talk afterwards. He said, man, I was trying to get up there. Actually, truth be told, a chat nigga got up there. So we were kind of having, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the DJ we had. I think he was a little bit intoxicated. Leave it to me to hire the drunk DJ. Holy. But one of the chat niggas was kind of noticing, and he got up there, and I guess, like, he only got kicked off, like, this is actually happening during the show. He only got kicked off the set by the actual DJ that we had gotten because he was like, yo, wait, how are you here? And the guy, I don't know what happened, but I want to thank you to the chat nigga who kind of noticed that and try to help out. eventually the show kind of concluded with me DJing. Yes, I DJ'd. Yes, no lie. So yeah, some people say, I was there, the DJ was wilding. I was talking to a few people today. I was like, everybody was like, yo, we've never seen this guy DJ. I'm like, what? So DJ Busy, was it Blizzy? You were thoroughly missed. Or DJ Busy B. He's the guy who's been DJing for me for the last, all our other events. You'll certainly be there for my birthday show. We are going to be announcing the sales for that shortly. Again, I'm doing it at a Live Nation event or venue. They're giving me the runaround. We did ticket sales ourselves. I really enjoyed that because we could actually cater to people who might be like, hey, listen, I missed the VIP ticket. I really wanted that, or I'm trying to gift it to my boyfriend. Could you just extend it to one more that we could get my boyfriend in there? It'd be a lot of track queens or a lot of women date a lot of dudes who watch us. And we try to work with everyone. But now, now we're back under the, I'm not dissing them because I got to go to their building, but the monopoly. So Live Nation is, they gave me this. So I told my assistant, I'm like, wait, aren't the tickets going to be on sale tomorrow? I thought it was going to be the idea was that it was going to be on sale today. They're like, no, I don't even want to, I hope, not trying to disrespect them, but I just want to show you, Live Nation is, I got to read you this email real quick. They gave us a long email because I was like, hey, we're done with our other show. We just need to put on the tickets for sales for my birthday show. I can tell you already, this is going to be big, chat. My birthday show is going to be big. All right? Now, granted, it's my birthday show. Maybe next year we don't do it in New York, but we did it in New York last year. I've had artists lining up to perform. There's already 3 artists that's, requesting to hit the stage at night. Again, it's not a musical performance. Of course, I try to give you guys a treat, from whoever you might like or whoever we play on the stream. Let me see. I just want to read you this fucking email real quick. Of course, this is Live Nation. So Live Nation says this to us. This is kind of comical. And this always, remember I did the whole topic about is Live Nation a monopoly? I got to read you this email. Because now my assistant is, I hit up my assistant. I say, yo, bro, or it's not a bro, but I asked her, I said, listen, I need these tickets to go on sale immediately. Optimally, I told you guys at first, if you guys are a subscriber, if you're on the Patreon, if you guys have, paid for any type of exclusive membership with me, I want to give you guys a promo code or something like that privately that you guys could cop tickets first. And then today I get hit with the Live Nation. Let me see if I can read this. Is it here? Okay. Yeah. This is hilarious. So they hit us back today because we're trying to move up the schedule. We thought it was going to be April 1st. This is what they said. Please note, Live Nation must run a city and all access pre-sale before any tickets get sold. What? So I guess they have deals with Citibank. I don't know what the hell. So no matter what concert is going to be done at their venue, they have to have a window of exclusivity for Citibank members. Okay. Then they're like, that's before the artist, me, could do their own pre-sale. And after that, we could have another all access pre-sale, and then we go public full sale. And I'm like, what is this? But again, when you can't beat them, you got to join them. Unfortunately, New York City, there's no really dope venue. And again, I don't want to talk shit about the venue because, they've been good to us, but you can't go around Live Nation. So essentially, they're telling me that, because I was telling him, yo, put the tickets for tomorrow. They're like, well, we have to have an exclusive period for Citibank, for this partner. I'm like, oh my God, whatever. So anyway, that's to come. But I can't wait to see you guys, right? What y'all saying? What y'all saying? Is everybody locked and loaded? I see the Academy online. We got over like we got 1,500 over there. I like that. Now, Rock Nation isn't Live Nation. Live Nation owns pretty much 50% of Rock Nation, but Rock Nation is still personally controlled by Desiree. Well, not personally, but their daily initiatives are controlled by Desiree Perez and overseen by Jay-Z. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that we're fully online, all right? Okay, cool. It looks like we're good on both realms. So welcome one, welcome all. I didn't do a check-in, but I'm glad to have you guys here. Okay, we are going to do a full interview breakdown of the Jay-Z interview. He hasn't done an interview in several years, but he decided to do one this year after he was crowned and given a GQ cover, okay? We're going to do an extensive breakdown on that, not go through clips, but actually watch the whole thing. So if you guys, this is the time to order food, we're going to have some, a little watch party real quick. I'll hit it with like 1.5 or 1.25 speed, but we're going to watch the whole thing. We're going to react to it. Before we get there, obviously we've been extending our topics. Please remind me we should give an update on what's going on in Iran, what's going on in the Middle East. It's a lot of interesting developments. Unfortunately, I have to be honest. And, I know some people feel like, I think they used to like say I'm right wing or whatever. I've been pretty critical of Trump recently. Number one, I don't think his name should have been coming up all them times in the Epstein files. That was sus. Again, I'm not anti-Trump, clearly. But, these are questions we got to ask. And I'm not too fond of how this war is being treated. Essentially, and maybe I give that update before we get to it. And I'll do that in an AI update, and then we'll kind of get into things. And, of course, we're going to watch this Jay-Z thing. But I want to give you guys kind of an update on what's going on in the world. So the United States is in like this unwinnable position where what we did in Venezuela, right? We expected to do somewhat of the sort in Iran. Now, I'm not too sure why that was even a thought. I'll give you a few differences. I'm going to keep everything simple. I'm not going to get into too much info, but I want to simplify everything for you guys. By the way, one of the reasons why I'm also, expanding topics yet again, at my meet and greet, I really appreciated the people who told me, hey, listen, Ak, I've been watching for 10 years. I appreciate how you have started to take other topics outside of hip hop and break it down in layman's terms for us. I really like it. And if you're one of those people, I appreciate you, and I think that continues the brand of what we call the Academy. Like, we're here to have fun. We gonna laugh. There's a lot of clownery, but we do want to keep super educated and also super informed. So the current situation going on with this quote-unquote war, it appears that gas prices might, start rising to we don't know what level. And there's a few things that's affecting it, right? So we thought we were going to go into Iran. We killed their general a couple years ago. And now we killed their supreme leader. It's this Ayatollah-like Khomeini guy, right? And we thought once we pretty much destabilized their government, it would empower people who were mad, right? So like this was a ruling guy for 30 years. Some people were uncomfortable with his rule, and there were protests that were kind of happening. The rule of thumb with everybody, or the rule of thumb in geopolitics, is to take over a nation or to have a nation do what you want, you got to destabilize them with the people who are mad. You can't just be a oppressive regime anymore, because people will look at you like you're a bully, right? So what you do is you find that there's a bunch of people that are mad at how Iran's been running. You support them, and then you give them a chance to kind of take back their country by getting rid of their leader. So that was the plan. It was a pretty simple plan. Now, of course, Israel's just sitting over there just kind of like cooling, like, yo, do our dirty work, because, in the Middle East, we've looked at it a bunch of times. We've looked at the map like a shit ton of times. The idea here is Israel, even though it is, sorry. Israel, even though it is equipped with a tremendous amount of resources, a lot funded by the United States, essentially it's a very small place, and also it is surrounded by a lot of people who they would consider ops. Okay, they're currently going at it over the West Bank, Gaza Strip, with the Palestinians, who they're having this pretty much eternal war. However, when you look at the landscape of things, pretty much the biggest country out here, at least in this region, happens to be Iran. Iran don't fuck with these niggas, okay? Now, Iran is like, they're like shrewd operators. They kind of like do some really interesting things in the Middle East. But they usually pretty much just fight their wars through like proxy like groups, So, they have groups that are stationed in Lebanon, Jordan. And essentially, those groups kind of like do all the beefing with Israel to kind of make sure Iran doesn't have to directly beef with them. So basically, the whole point is this. Israel don't like Iran. They would never like Iran. Iran don't really fuck with them. And Israel knows at some point you got to defeat Iran. But in trying to defeat Iran, Iran has, they call the axis of resistance. They have a bunch of like, whether it's Hamas, whether it's the Houthis and these other people, like, they have paramilitaries constantly fighting Israel that they don't got to fight Israel themselves. So what do? They go get the big bad United States, gas us up. We come over and we like King Slime running into motherfucking Charleston White. So we're trying to step on Iran, and Israel is like, yeah, keep going. Now, Iran is doing some interesting shit, and I'm just giving you the current update. So what we did, we kind of figured out there was some instability that was there. There was some protests. They were kind of tired of this 30-year rule by this supreme leader. And we thought if we killed the dude, the people who were mad would take to the streets and take back their government, and probably we could help them pick a leader that we like. Except that's not happening, all right? Like, for whatever reason, we misread that. And a lot of people say it's not us misreading it, is we're sucking too much Israel penis. You get what I'm saying? Like, Israel gassed us up. You know what I mean? So we killed the nigga, right? The supreme leader, we killed him. They got a new supreme leader. We killed that guy too. We basically make it be known. You see Trump talking crazy. He's like, yo, we're going to kill all y'all leaders. And we're kind of like trying to tell him, don't get no more new leaders in y'all old regime. Just get a new regime that we could control. They're not going for it. They're like literally not going for it, right? So we're at the stalemate. What we thought would destabilize their country, because we try to do this from, afar. Destabilize their country, get a new regime in there. It's not happening. Instead, what their offense was this. They said, oh, word? That's what you want to do? I bet. We got you. So Iran knows, and this is, the beauty of the United States. Like, yo, shit, I'm in New Jersey. Like, Iran can't send a fucking missile over here, But Iran is like, I bet. United States, we can't catch you over here lacking. They start fucking up everybody that fucks with the United States in this region. Now, they have I think about 90 million people. So there's a lot of people, but also a lot of resources. So they sending bombs at everybody. So Iran is fucking up Saudi Arabia a little bit, Israel, anybody who is kind of fucking with the U.S., they giving them the beats. Okay? It's like what Dirk said, if you can't get the main nigga, go get his guy. So that's what Iran is doing. They're fucking up everybody in the Middle East. Now, there's a few things that are interesting, and war specialists probably could go deeper into it, but I'm gonna make it really simple. Iran, even though we've bombed a bunch of their military presence, Iran has figured out a way to do essentially what's called guerrilla warfare of sorts. Now, if you don't know what guerrilla warfare is, many, I'm gonna give you a little quick history. Many countries, like for example, even the country I was born in, if you wonder why, most oppressive regimes that went to the Caribbean, they didn't last long, or eventually they had to come to some agreement to give some type of colonial, recognition, or just leave those countries in general, is because unlike the United States, like for example, Jamaica, what happened was, yeah, they went to take over Jamaica, but the people fought back and they did what's called guerrilla warfare. Yeah, they didn't have all these guns, this and third, but they knew the terrain better. So they basically used advantages that wasn't just straight up firepower. And it became so frustrating for the people that was trying to conquer those places that over time, because they was also trying to institute slavery, they came to some type of compromise to say, listen, bro, like you'll just be like a colonial type of thing, but we'll start granting y'all rights. And that's kind of like pretty much the majority of the origin of most of this, especially Caribbean countries, like relationship with the rest of the world. Now, unfortunately, we all know what happened in the United States. Pretty much they established slavery, majority in the South, and it was whatever. But if you wonder why other countries colonially didn't go down like the United States, and not saying it's better or worse, is that most of the stories you'll hear will kind of reflect these people kind of using their rocky terrain, their, forest terrain to their advantage to wage war against people who are trying to oppress them. Okay, why do I mention that, right? Because somebody will be like, you just want to give it a shout out to Jamaica. Well, I'm using that with Iran, even though it's a huge fucking country, because the way how we are trying to, like, quote unquote, fight this war is by basically just send over these big ass bombs and drop it on all their military things, right? Like, obviously, we're still in the, we're in the 21st century, my nigga. Like, we're not going to fucking drop bombs, or we're not supposed to drop bombs on civilian villages. We're not supposed to drop it on like a fucking, airport where there are people actually at. So war these days is kind of really structured, right? It's like, yeah, you could bomb a country, but you got to bomb their military bases. You got to bomb, their assets that could be pretty much weaponized against you. You're not supposed to be bombing, for example, their schools, their churches. That's not where war is, at least when it's recognized on a worldwide scenario. So what did the U.S. do? We started bombing all the Iran's, we blew up all their ships. We start going crazy on them. However, Iran was kind of preparing for this all along, right? They knew eventually they could never we spent, I believe, 3 times the amount on military as like the second, country in the world, right? Like, look, list of countries spending on military, right? And you'll notice our spending is like, what is this? Almost like $1 trillion or whatever. China spends 1/3, right? And they pretty much spend the second most, right? So the point of this is Iran is not trying to beef with us thinking that they're going to, go bomb for bomb with us. What they did is after we bombed all their shit, like their military stuff, right? Apparently there was like supposedly a mistake where we supposedly dropped the bomb on like a girls' like school, that's bad. When it comes to the Geneva Convention and other things like that, you actually realize that, that's how you become a war criminal, when you attack civilians in war. Now, that's another thing that kind of connects back to this Israel and, Palestine situation, because where some people say Israel is going crazy is that they have fought their war versus Palestine by bombing certain places where civilians are, and their defense is, you have basically, they're calling them terrorists, but it's people they're fighting against. They're like, if the terrorists are hiding among the people, like, come on, what the fuck are we supposed to do? So they just drop a bomb, and yeah, they kill some innocents, but they're like, the niggas over there, like the niggas we want to kill is over there with the innocents, right? So anyway, the point of me saying that is that it essentially war these days, right, is meant to be military versus military, army versus army, naval resources versus naval resources, and air forces versus air forces. Yes, at times it gets to, let's try to cripple the infrastructure. Like, recently President Trump is saying we're going to bomb their not only oil reserves, but their power grid, that we could cripple them. But generally, you don't go drop a bomb and go kill 100,000 civilians. So that's how war is happening. What happened also with Israel, I guess I have to mention the other side. What happened with Israel, because Iran is also trying to bomb them. Israel is so small is that, it's kind of hard to only isolate that from, isolate war with their, IDF or whatever versus their civilian. And this is why they have like this thing called, you know what I mean? I forgot what it's called, but the whole thing with Tel Aviv, and, you know, they send their own bombs up to destroy other bombs coming in because, yes, there is civilian presence that's kind of like close around the capital, this and third. Okay. Now, I hope you guys are keeping up a little bit. All right. So what does all this mean, right? I know y'all like, yo, Ak, what the fuck are you talking about? So how is Iran like lasting in this war? Well, they're not going to go bomb for bomb with the U.S. What they've been doing is they're fucking everybody else up, right? Not only they're doing that, they're kind of like counterpunching. They're using really cheap, and that's why I said guerrilla warfare. They're using cheap bombs and drones to target their enemies, while every time we bomb them, we're spending millions of dollars. So essentially, they spend 10,000, we spend $1 million. Every time we get at them, we spend $1 million. Every time they get at, you know, they're not getting at us in the United States, but they're getting at everybody who's our allies or bases that we might control in that region. They're fucking spending tens of thousands. So essentially, the prospects of the war, you know the idea of it takes money to go to war. Well, it definitely does. But Iran is now kind of like mastered this idea of they're fighting a war that because they don't have to, they're not trying to take over nothing, right? They just got to do some damage. They're fighting a war that basically cost them probably 1/50th of what everybody, including us, is spending. And that's the problem, because now we're fighting a war that financially is starting to rack up a huge debt. And we're hoping that they're going to, like, you know, completely just fold, except their war is so cheap, essentially, that they are saying, oh, no, we can keep it going. What's the problem? Y'all keep spending money like it's going out of style. We'll just kind of keep, like, you know, doing our thing. So they're doing like drone technology. They're doing like these little ballistic missiles they're much cheaper than some of these, you know, interceptor missiles that, for example, Israel has to use to make sure that a bomb doesn't fucking drop on Tel Aviv. And they're realizing that, okay, we're just going to keep y'all occupied. Now, the last part of this entire thing, okay, the last part of this entire thing, let me see if I can figure out where the fuck. Oh my God, why do my dogs sound like, okay, so the last part of this entire thing turns out that, let me see if I can find it. Okay. That Iran isn't so dumb after all. Iran is realizing, hey, if we could, in a way, and I guess this was always their advantage, they say we are very important. If we could cripple the world economy and cripple our enemy's economy, our enemy, basically, we could get them to go broke before we get broke. Now, you might be saying, okay, what are you talking about? Essentially, what happens is, and this is the important part right here, okay? Hold on, Jesus Christ. Yeah, my dogs is like going crazy in the background, I'm sorry. Okay. So, what happens is, I just want to show you the terrain right here, okay? Iran is really important because, you know, it's very oil rich. It's always, you know, going back to World War I, right? When Germany and the UK and, you know, the Soviet Union, everybody was kind of getting into it. They always acknowledged Iran as, hey, you guys are a source of energy. You guys have a lot of oil and you guys are important. There was a time that they stayed neutral in one of these world wars, or actually both of them. And essentially, the countries that weren't neutral, they wanted to control parts of Iran because Iran is really important to the world's ecosystem in how currently we get natural fuels. Okay? Now, I think I got this right here, but I'm going to just zoom in. I'm going to zoom in, right? I think it's around here, right? I think. I'm trying to get like the exact fucking area. Give me 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Oh my God. All right. You know what? I'm just. Okay. All right. So basically, right above, you know, and again, I know you got. Listen, I'll never even go to these places, right? Right above Dubai, but it's kind of like if you zoom out, it's under like Iran's asshole right here. Is this place called the Strait of Hormuz, right? And I'm pretty sure you guys have heard about it. Essentially, this becomes really important because the majority of ships that's taking out the oil out of this region needs to travel through this very narrow place to get into open water to bring oil to China, the USA, or any place else in the North or Southern American, Western hemisphere. So what Iran has done, Iran has basically said, all right, bet. Since we are playing this war in a strategic format, we're going to now, it's already basically in our territory. They're controlling it and they're preventing most ships from going through, unless they're like, if you're like Chinese ships, because they're cool with China, they'll let you through. But other ships from our allies, they are not letting through, and that's their way of essentially playing the war in a financial status, okay? Now, don't quote me on this, but it's something of like 20 million barrels per day that supposedly gets 20 million barrels of oil per day comes through this little fucking hook. And essentially, it's so important, but it's so narrow, and, it's such a big deal. It's not like you could have a flood of ships. So, like, really, it's easy to take over, and they're basically fucking the shit up. And now Trump, who, they're basically saying, hey, listen, if y'all fall the fuck back, we'll let this shit kind of go, which means the world economy could, kind of get back to doing what it needs to do. Ships could pass through freely. But for now, the ships don't want to go through here no more, mostly from, what I've read, is because of, like, insurance, right? Because, like, the insurance companies that's covering all these barrels of ships, or these millions of barrels that's on these ships, they're saying, well, if Iran fucks up one of these ships or captures it or whatever, we know they're in war. It's like an insurance company know that you're about to go drag racing. They're going to be like, yo, fuck no, we're not covering this motherfucker. So they have said to most countries, we're not covering these ships. So there's a bunch of ships just like not passing through this place anymore. Okay? And it's slowing down the world economy. Gas prices are going up and oil prices are going up and this and third. And essentially, this is where everything is like kind of getting to a stalemate. Trump has now gotten us into a war. He's claiming that, we're basically winning, but we can't see the win. He's now deployed some Marines, I believe 2,500 Marines. Apparently there's already like around 50,000 troops kind of in and around the area. The idea of fighting Iran was supposedly we could just send drones over there or like drop bombs and never go on land like how we eventually did in Iraq and Afghanistan. But it's now being told we're probably going to have to put boots on the ground because Iran is acting up. They're not going easy, right? So that's where we're kind of at. Trump keeps saying these motherfuckers is negotiating. They keep basically saying, fuck no, we're not negotiating. It's either we get what we want or good luck to you niggas. So it's a whole situation. And yeah, that's kind of like the latest of this particular war. Trump has kind of like sent some ships over there. And now he's starting to send people over there. And I got to be honest with you. You ever start beefing with somebody, or you ever been like, it's been like a few years you've been beefing with someone and you forgot the real reason you're beefing with them? Like the whole reason we even bombed these motherfuckers and killed their leader is because we thought they were this close to making nuclear bombs. We done claimed that we fucked up their whole military. We did A, B, C, and D, but we still don't stop. And because we want a regime change and they're not going to do that, we're now like continuing hoping that they're just going to like, just fold. And essentially they're fighting back, not only against us, but everybody in the region. And they're now affecting the whole world economically. And then the worst part about it, Trump made like some statement like, yo, hey, any of y'all that fuck with us, our, allies, y'all want to join in? Because, we're spending a lot of money like fighting this war alone, and this war will probably help y'all out too. And everybody said, nah, nigga, you got it. Everybody just said, yo, nah, nigga. You. So basically the idea is the USA is in it by themselves. Why the fuck did we even do this shit? If we back out now, it's kind of a loss. It's just a shitty situation, all right? Very shitty situation. I'll give you the latest from like a news report, and then we'll kind of move on. I'll give you like a, let me see. All right. Okay, here's this.
I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. We, as you probably read or wrote, we knocked out. Excuse me.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war in 2
I think we're 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is,
we'll leave because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, "Oh, it's unsafe." It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country or he can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship. Or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the Strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today I heard tremendous numbers of ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. They've been, again, we have had regime change.
Now, you're hearing Trump, I rock with Trump, but like everything just looks like he's lying through his teeth. They're not saying they're negotiating. He's basically saying, he's given the same problems. He's saying the same problems I told you. It's guerrilla warfare pretty much. The most of the world economy depends on this small choke point, and they could fuck up they could just shoot over the shoulder missiles and fuck up a ship. That like this strait isn't that big. And one option is that the US has to go play pretty much border patrol. You got to go sit there with your army tanks and then occupy the left. This shit would cost us a fucking fortune, right? And we got to play police because it's not only our shit coming through there, it's like other places. And those places don't want to help by sending their military. So we're just spending all the money. And of course, he's not going to say, yo, this is not a good thing because, it's going to reflect on his presidency, but it's not a good thing, bro.
Ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. They've been, again, we have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not.
So here you watch Trump trying to wiggle out of this. He said, I had one goal, that they won't have nuclear weapons. Remember I told you that was the original beef. Well, you're going to hear him say this was attained. All right, so if it was attained, why the fuck you still there? Right? Just dip. But it's not that. It's to force a regime change, but he's not admitting it. And that's why people actually think that Israel's running the government, because Israel would want a regime change, right? Israel had some type of, cooperation with Iran when they had a Shah there 30 years ago. So they want the supreme leaders who's ruling off of the Bible and all this shit, or not Bible, but their religious book, to get out of there, right? They want to get people that could recognize Israel and treat Israel like whatever. And it's kind of confusing when Trump is saying, yo, yeah, you know what? My goal was accomplished. Well, what if it was accomplished? What the fuck are we still doing there?
Negotiating with them right now. They've been, again, we have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe
Finishing the job.
2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that, because we'll hit bridges, and we've hit some. We'll hit some bridges. We've got a couple of nice bridges in mind. But if they come to the table, that'll be good. But it doesn't matter whether they come or not. We've set them back. It'll take 15 to 20 years for them to rebuild what we've done to them.
Yeah. So, we're in that type of situation at this point. They keep putting out like a lot of propaganda. I don't know if you guys have seen their propaganda videos. So we're both putting out propaganda videos. So the U.S. is, obviously Trump is speaking. But if you guys have you guys seen that Iran is putting out propaganda video against the U.S.? So like they're basically showing people like, no, the U.S. is like doing some bullshit. And these are the videos they put out. Let me see if I can play it. I posted one to my Instagram. They've been posting a lot. And you might be like, what are you talking about? Well, in reality, what wars end up being, I keep telling y'all, what's the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter, right? Like, I guarantee they're looking at Trump like a fucking terrorist. You know how people say Netanyahu is like a fucking, he's this monster that committed genocide. What do you think they think about Trump, at least in Iran? Yo, Trump is going crazy. So, again, it depends on the point of view you're from. And this is why the media matters so much. Because in the United States, we're going to get flooded with information that, no, we're only bombing these people, not because we want to fucking control them and force them to do what we want to do. We're trying to protect the, sovereignty of countries in the Middle East and also our own backyard by not having these guys have nukes, right? So that's what our media puts out. Their media is going to make it seem like something else. Like, yo, these are the bullies who want to force us to change our regime when we're happy with how we've been running our country. They want us to be on some Western shit. Listen, watch this propaganda video that they put out about the war with the U.S. So they're showcasing countries that the USA has bombed. Or they have destroyed. They showcase the United States, obviously, with Native Americans, and then they showcase Japan, Hiroshima. We dropped a nuke on them. Vietnam. Yemen, we had, a couple years ago. And Palestine by proxy of supporting Israel. It's funny because they throw in Epstein Island. They're like, oh, look at Epstein Island. That should look great. And then they show their own people, which is Iran is kind of watching. And then this is the guy who we had killed. His name is General Qasem Soleimani. This is also the person that Khomeini that we killed as well. And then they kind of show a picture of, potentially hitting our, and this would be, I guess, the Statue of Liberty with like a goat head. You can see the Freedom Tower in the background. And they said vengeance for all. So it's almost kind of saying that, yo, the U.S. is like, they're in their world, we're the terrorists. You know what I mean? They're saying we've been fucking everybody up, and they're basically saying we're going to try to get vengeance by getting back at the United States. So you kind of see propaganda in real time, right? So in our purview is like, yo, fuck them niggas. Over there, they're saying fuck us, right? One vengeance for all. Anyway. So, yeah, and they have a bunch of those videos coming out. I think this is about it.
We begin with the war in Iran. The U.S. and Iran continue to threaten each other as thousands of U.S. forces arrive in the Middle East. More than 3,500 troops, including 2,500 Marines, arrived in the region just over the weekend. This as the war enters its second month. And there's still mixed messaging from President Trump. He voiced optimism about talks with Iran, then issued new threats to the Iranian regime. He posted on social media, you can see some of that here, threatening to attack Iran's power plants or
Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating, what the fuck, all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and whatever.
Oil wells in Karg Island if a deal.
And that's what Trump is saying.
With Iran.
Now, earlier, the president told the Financial Times.
Okay, so Trump is saying we'll take the oil.
Has made it to the region.
Well, Mugo, even as the president is pushing for negotiations, thousands of more troops are arriving, with those 2,500 Marines arriving over the weekend, with more on the way. And we reported just this morning that there are hundreds of special operations forces now in the Middle East. This is
Now, again, chat, I just want to simplify it for y'all. Y'all understand why people overseas probably hate the fuck out of us, right? It's one thing if they were already like really actively. This is why, like in most places, you got to wait till the people are already trying to overthrow the government. And, you know, there was reports that, oh, some people were celebrating, but we saw no real action for people to try to take power. You know, they kind of just like allowed the same regime to kind of just come up with a new leader. So the people ain't that mad at what the government in Iran at this point. So we trying to force something. We trying to force a fucking, what do you call it, a square thing through a peg hole. It just ain't gonna work. And yeah.
That island, the Marines coming, and some of the elements of the 82nd Airborne Division on their way could be suited for such an option to capture the island.
Okay.
Israel and NATO
began. The only reason that could be concerning about.
Okay, so that's kind of what's happening. If you guys care to know, what's my prediction? I predict that the USA or the United States of America will eventually back out, and I think Trump wants to back out now. I think he had bad intel, especially from Israel, thinking that if they did a joint or supported attack on Iran, they would fold. But Iran has shown they're down to go for 60 days, 60 nights. They're not folding, which that becomes a problem. A lot of people are giving Trump a lot of flack. However, the optic of losing would be catastrophic for his legacy and for what people think about his decision making in the second term. And I believe that Trump is desperately trying to figure out a way to get a quote unquote win, but get out of it. Okay? He realized they won't fight all day. He don't want to fight all day. So he's trying to figure out the win. You hear him already kind of like talking it up like, nah, I already got my win. I just wanted to destroy the nuclear shit. Well, why you ain't out there yet? We just want, no. So I think he's trying to figure out a win. I don't know if there is going to be a win in sight, but that's where propaganda comes in. And I really like even pointing out these topics. I work in the media, and propaganda is one of the main things that anybody with power and money, they first attack, right? Like once you guys start thinking about that, not only with the government, but you think about it with the millionaires and billionaires, but even the record labels and shit. We're about to go watch a Jay-Z interview soon. That's where the wealthy, the powerful, that's their playground. Usually media, not saying they're always complicit, but they're the place that propaganda gets sourced for people to get their way. If I could put out information for you to say I'm the good guy and that's the bad guy, when I go do something bad to the bad guy, you're not going to say I'm the bad guy. You're going to say I did something good. A lot of things in life is propaganda. By the way, I'll give you this one I told you about Iran before. Historically, even when they had a Shah, and that the Shah was working with the United States and was also, cool with Israel. But people felt it was too westernized. When they would start to protest, they would cut, I think they still do it now. They would cut all access to media for the country. Why? If people could see, oh, we're protesting at 8 o'clock, people are going to go there. In most regimes and countries or oppressive regimes, you have to control the media to control the people. Okay? So just think about that going forward. All right. Hopefully I didn't bore the shit out of you with that. I'll mention this next topic really quickly before we get to the bullshit. Yes, we're going to get to the bullshit. Chat, it is happening. I told you this was going to happen earlier. But news just came down that Sora, an AI video tool, is now being closed after 6 months by OpenAI. If you don't know what this tool does, I'll give you an example. I'll give you like a compilation. But essentially, it was a AI video app, and you could see by this logo here that was really, well known with it. You would see people take interesting moments and be able to put themselves in it or other, people in it. They basically turned some Olympics into some, what is that, food eating contest right here. They had, look, this guy's Einstein that's doing UFC. Like they had, some of this stuff was like really interesting and it would seem really real. Okay. There's a bunch that even featured a lot of popular people or took scenes from old stuff and would like reimagine it. It was very interesting, right? Very interesting. I think there was even a paid version. There was a lot of there was a lot of Martin Luther King videos that also came out, right? Like here, they would look. Here we go. Look.
About dreams, it's about paying.
Here.
Slushy will be free for all. I have a dream that one day this slushy will be free for all who thirst.
So, yeah, this was a creation of OpenAI's company called Sora. And the idea was that AI is so powerful, it could take an actual scenario and input someone's image. It could have people interact with that, they could put you on the scene of Friday and you could be doing something, interacting with Smokey. Really powerful. A lot of people were even paying for the service. Now, there's two things that happen, and these are really important when it comes to AI. Now, I want to keep reminding you what I believe AI is going to be. AI is not going to go anywhere. AI is always going to be a tool, but it's going to be how it's used. Currently, companies that are building AI, they think AI is going to be standalone, right? So that's why people are building standalone AI companies that are serving people. Video companies like Sora. That's not what AI is going to be. AI is going to be a utility that's involved in everything, right? Now, what was the two problems of Sora? Number one, they start getting a lot of litigation. For example, you have this video of Jake Paul. A customer who's paying you could have Jake Paul's likeness in a video that is being published that then generates revenue. Now, if you're using someone's intellectual property, not only sometimes their voice, but even their image, or even copyrighted videos or backgrounds as your base, well, people are going to say, well, you're breaking copyright laws. So there was a lot of litigation happening where people wanted to figure out who's supposed to get paid from a AI video. Now, there's a thought that, well, an AI video is not real. So, the person who puts the prompt in should get all the money. The Supreme Court actually ruled in a very interesting but somewhat controversial decision that you can't copyright, right? You cannot copyright an AI video. What does that mean? If you can't copyright it, you can't own the rights to the thing to monetize. And they also were in the process of ruling that if AI is built off someone's image and work, that person should be either credited and also paid. Now, why won't they give copyright to like whoever who made this video? Their idea is that because the video isn't actually made by the person and an AI made it, copyright law only covers art that's made by humans, not technology. So AI is a technology. It's it's artificial intelligence that's using these language models to do these inferences and create these type of things. And because that isn't human, copyright law does not protect it. So that was a big strike to anybody. So if you made an AI song and you put out the AI song without, let's say you re-recording it or something like that, that song cannot be copyrighted. So that was a problem, right? Secondly, people are saying, if you're using my likeness, you're using my background, I have, you're using a picture that I have like copyright for, I should be getting paid. So that's the second problem. Now, I know I said it was two problems, but that's the second, that's problem 1A and 1B. Now, the actual second problem of this Sora thing turned out to be the cost of AI versus what it's doing. It was just too much. So OpenAI has been hemorrhaging money, right? Reportedly to the tune of like, I think they were saying like $25 million a day. Why? Number one, building these data centers and everything else and maintaining it. Also the chips and cooling and whatever and training these models. It cost a lot of money. But the point is, and this is what I'm saying, AI isn't necessarily a product for users, is that if you make a stupid video by Jake Paul, right? Like a video like this. So you put in a prompt, you made this video. It's an AI video. Essentially, this is so costly in terms of a shit ton of servers and chips working to create this for your little chatbot prompt that it actually isn't profitable. So they were losing money having people make stupid videos. And over time, as they're still looking for funding because they're not profitable and they're actually losing money at the tune of billions, they had to cut the fat because investors are saying, when are we going to get profitable? No, your stupid Jake Paul video, it's not enough demand for people to want to pay good money to make these videos for that to happen. So that's one of the reasons in the idea of just not profitable that they actually cut this entire thing. The second thing, honestly, is OpenAI is just not making money. Well, I mean, I said that already. OpenAI and just AI in general, there is no profit. There's no profitability in sight. And OpenAI, because they need new funding to keep, fund this, continued expansion, they're thinking about going public. So OpenAI, OpenAI is thinking about going public. And remember I told you OpenAI IPO. So they're going to go to do an IPO. If you don't know what that is, I'll quickly explain. IPO is an initial public offering. What does that mean? You're bringing your company to the stock market. Now, OpenAI currently relies on funding from private equity investors, right? Hedge funds, and also these other bigger companies like, whether it's Oracle or Nvidia that's already in the market. So they're all kind of like funding each other in a way. It's kind of like a Ponzi scheme. But they want to go to get funding directly from the people. Now, here how it works when you're going to the market. And this is why most record labels actually suck now. I've told you this story before. When you go public, that means the shareholders are the people. You don't want to hear that, oh, this company posted $15 billion in losses for the last quarter, because they're allowing some goofy fans to make stupid videos with Jake Paul. So what they're doing in anticipation of trying to get the public to fund it is to trim the fat. Anything that's not profitable, they're cutting, right? They just recently agreed to something with the Pentagon. Of course, that's going to look attractive for investors. But Sora, yeah, that somebody could make their Martin Luther King or Jake Paul video, but you're losing millions a day. That's why they cut that. Now, in my opinion, I don't think OpenAI will last. I think it's going to be a dumpster fire no matter what. What's probably going to happen is that OpenAI is going to get absorbed, and these bigger companies, big bank take little bank, whether it's a Google, whether it's Google, not necessarily Microsoft, but Amazon, Apple, they'll use pieces of it to kind of make their business bigger. But AI at this point, it shows it's a hype around AI, but AI is just not going to be a standalone product. It's just going to be part of our life. It's like when people first heard Google, right? Like when people first heard about Google, it felt like Google was going to run the world. Now, I'm not saying Google's not important, but Google's just part of our world that we just are used to. That's kind of what AI is, right? But everyone's betting now that AI, like let's say to open your fridge, you're going to be using AI. It's not going to happen, right? Or it's not going to happen anytime soon. Or if it does happen, it's going to be part of other developments. So this is why OpenAI, I think, is going to fail. But anyway, they're trying to go public. They're killing a few things that was costing them money. And they're looking for they raised, this might be their last funding round. They raised $122 billion, and they're expected to go public, and I think it's going to be in the trillion when they do. It's going to be like the first $1 trillion offering whenever they do it. So I don't know. Anyway, that's my update on both the war and also AI, but, business keeps going on. By the way, also, the last thing I was going to say is this. Oracle laid off about 30,000 people today. They laid off 30,000 people with their email at 6 a.m. Ironically, this is one of the companies that is, Larry Ellison is now the second richest guy in the world because of AI. And what everyone's fear should be for AI in its immediate future is AI going to take her job? Well, AI's already taken the jobs of the people working at the AI company. So just think about that. AI is taking the jobs of the people working at the AI company. Essentially, Oracle at this point, even though you could say it's a data management company, it's a AI company, or that's how they're really gaining all their wealth. Well, they just let go 30,000 people today. So the people helping to further and build this AI infrastructure, they're losing their fucking job. You get what I'm saying? Well, I see it on. Got to make sure I'm accurate with this. It said 30,000. Hold on. Oracle email. Yeah, I heard it was like 30,000. It said 30 to 40,000. Okay, let's see. Okay, they fired 30,000 on the 6 a.m. email, and they reported a 95% increase. Okay, they're making more money than ever, but they're still firing people. Why? AI is doing the thing. Why am I saying that to y'all? I think AI is going to affect everybody in some sense. If you work for a company and you went through the whole 2020 work from home pandemic shit, get your ass into that office. Also, learn how to incorporate AI in your job. I'm saying this now to y'all because you're going to wake up one morning, you're going to open your email before you go to work, and it's going to say you're no longer needed and here's a severance package. It's becoming more and more prevalent that AI is replacing workers who might think that they are worth more than they are. They might be lazy, and also they haven't adapted to the times. So I'm just giving everybody who, you work in, I don't care how good you think you are, if you are someone who is working in corporate America, you need to do two things. Get your lazy ass up and stop working from home and go there actually. Second of all, start using AI to help you be more proficient, because otherwise your boss is going to look up and realize there's a fucking computer script that could do your job way better than you and more efficient, and they don't have to pay a dime. So just remember that. I'm giving everybody the fair warning, because I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, shoot, even me now, like currently now, like I've gotten a few companies approach me with AI solutions that is so much cheaper than actual people I'm paying or actual things that I need for the business. So it becomes like, all right, how loyal are you to, trust me, it's getting bad, chat. It's getting bad. There is this, there is this thing right here. It's called Legora. I've been fucking with this shit, chat. So Legora, I think did I talk about this before? So Legora, chat, put like this. Somebody of my stature, we're paying maybe $250,000 a year in legal fees, right? Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less, but each year, $250,000 in legal fees, right? You might have some lawyers on a retainer. You might be paying for this to be sent out. You're paying for that. Some contracts to be, and sometimes it could be a lot more, right? This AI, there's Legora is turned into a thing where it utilizes AI with law. So put it like this. So say, somebody says some dumb shit about me. I want like a cease and desist. A cease and desist, I'm giving you actual prices. If you ask a lawyer to actually draft that up, that's $1,500, most likely. If you got a good lawyer, it's $1,500 for a cease and desist. You go on here, you could actually just copy and paste, quote the right type of situations, and they could cook up a cease and desist within minutes. Literally, if you think about the price in terms of, what you're paying for the subscription or whatever, for nothing, right? Okay, it goes way beyond that. It could pull documents from Pacer. It could help you file. It basically, being an attorney, whether you're an entertainment attorney, you're a paralegal, you are a trial attorney, you're a attorney that deals with traffic tickets, I'm going to be honest with you. They usually overcharge because they don't get that much work. There's so many people that are lawyers. You get this one thing, bruv, you're saving, like, look, I could use this and save $100,000 this year, right? So hitting up the lawyer, now granted, I know some people say, well, it'll never fully replace a person, but a lot of things are just not that difficult. Or I'm not saying AI is going to defend you in a case, but like if you need just certain things, like for example, you could upload a contract here, right? And for companies that deal with vendors, they have millions of hundreds of contracts with these vendors. They could upload all their contracts to this thing, and it'll break down all the contracts in minutes. It'll flag problematic clauses. It'll suggest rewording. It will break it down way better, or not way better, but it will break it down in the same format that you might have a team of lawyers that were going to do it for the next couple of weeks. When you have AI kicking like that, it then becomes almost inevitable that it will be utilized at some extent. Will it take over everybody's job? No, but I'm telling y'all now, if you got a corporate job and you still being lazy, or you think that your money guaranteed, or you think that, you just the shit, you're going to wake up one day when your boss looks at the fucking payroll he got to do and he says, why am I paying these motherfuckers this? And I'm telling you this now because it's happening at Oracle. The place creating the AI is saying, why are we paying these niggas this shit? And they're firing people. So your job, just not that safe. Again, they have AI teaching assistants that are looking, in certain charter schools, rather than hire a teacher assistant, they're just using AI, right? It's interactive. It could, as long as the student could talk to it or type to it, you don't need to be paying somebody $40,000, $50,000 to be there as a secondary teacher. If the AI can't answer it, now you escalate. So it's very different and very interesting. Anyway, sorry, Chad. Hopefully I didn't bore y'all to death on that one. I know it's been like almost 2 hours. Y'all probably like, yo, Jesus Christ, Zach, get to it. Apologies, but I like when you guys are informed. When you guys are informed, I'm informed. Okay. Real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. Really quickly, want to give you an update on a few things before we get to the Jay-Z thing. And one of the things I want to give you an update on is the Charleston White and King Slime drama. All right. Now, I told you guys I'm worried for King Slime. The reason why I'm worried for him is that I fear that him linking up with, I don't know who's Bonnie or Clyde, but I think him and Lil Baby are trying to do Bonnie and Clyde. Why am I saying that? Because I know some of them are like, you just don't like Baby. No. There's several instances that has been reported or rumored that in the last about, I want to say 3 weeks, Young Thug and Lil Baby are moving around in a way that seems to be congruent with thinking that they're back on Cleveland Avenue. Not Baby himself, but especially Thug. I'm telling you, this is a fact. Thug was rolling with he was rolling with businessmen since he got out of jail. He didn't want to go back. But ever since he linked up back with his, passenger princess, he's back on bad timing. Now, I'm saying this not trying to incriminate no one. I'm saying this if y'all are the same people who are always crying crocodile tears when niggas get locked up, this is the time where we hold them accountable and tell them to switch it up. If we could tell that y'all doing bullshit, I'm pretty sure law enforcement could tell y'all doing bullshit. Y'all should switch it up because we went through a long period trying to hope for your freedom. Anyway, the situation happened where Charleston White is ran into by Young Thug at Drewski's reunion show. Apparently, they showed up in tow to several other places, but the next day, what seemingly happened is that, and I don't know if they did this with a mindset of pressing or continuing to press the issue with Charleston White, but they showed up to a club that Charleston White frequents. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This is like every time I go to Miami, Charleston White begs me to come to this club. Like, this is where he be at all the time, right? Not to dox him, it's just what it is, right? Why do I say that? Well, Charleston White, after he had the run-in with Thug and he brought it to the public, he mentions that he was then informed that Thug and Baby was coming to the club that he frequents. And yeah, it might be just a coincidence because these guys just go around and do hostings or whatever. But now you have Charleston White, a guy who is super loud, who's trying to tell the whole world he's trying to get you locked up or you're doing whatever crime. He's now working his own moves. So what ends up happening, chat, Charleston White gets like 30 little YNs out of Florida or Miami. Because, yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, Charleston do be hanging with some hood niggas in Miami. He lives there too. And they go to the club that Young Thug and Baby went to, and there was nearly another altercation. And that's what I keep telling y'all for the people who said that, like, maybe I'm just hating or whatever. Y'all can't be having possible altercations with Charleston White. Okay? Now, I want to give you his side of the story, but this is the update of what happened from the first incident where supposedly thugs tried to press him at Drewski's show. There was a part 2. Check this out.
Opelika Sheriff's Department. They wasn't in Miami. They was in Opelika. Oh, they fucked up. Oh, they was in Opelika. America. At the Federal Aviation Administration property. Checkmate, niggas. So now I'm working with the hip hop police now. I got him I got him by the ball. You remember Cat Williams had Damon by the ball?
Yeah, I remember that.
I got the boy by the ball.
I was a boy, Damon. Talking in the back of the police car, giving up that body and shit.
He gave up that body.
He give up another one there when they violated him, but this shit the other night.
Oh, he finna tell on Pee Wee. He finna tell on
Woody.
yeah, Woody got immunity. He finna tell on Roscoe Pee Wee. Woody got immunity under the American Disabilities Act. Nah, Woody got immunity.
Okay.
They'll tell 4 pockets full.
There we go.
Step on shit and we tell on shit. Nigga, we don't just step on shit, we tell on shit. Over here in the YSL tell 4 pockets full. It's like a bloody crip done got together. Yeah. They got YS tail and 4 pockets full. This a hybrid gang that migrated and mutated to Miami. And guess who the antidote in the ointment is? Me? I'm finna. But say, listen, I got their ass by the ball.
You the YSL kryptonite.
Nigga, I'm.
Okay, so here is the update on what happened.
Seek and destroy.
Spider them. And guess what Spider them did? Soon as I made a step, they really false imprisoned me. The airport, them niggas put on they dress and raised up and showed me they clitoris. Say, Thug had a big clitoris too, boy. Ooh, that motherfucker was fat. Ooh, that pearl tongue on that boy Thug was fat in the motherfucker.
Pause.
Man, think the bitch got a dick. Ooh, that nigga Thug pearl tongue was fat in the motherfucker, pink in a bitch. Oh, wait, I started to thump it. But I knew the mother nigga gonna get jealous. I started to thump it. I knew the mother nigga gonna get jealous. Say, I talk so bad to them hoe ass niggas. Say, them niggas saw that Mason at me.
Okay, here we go.
On shit, I was waiting for the lights to go out. I'm not bullshitting. When that nigga walked in front of my face and say, we step on shit, I knew I was finna see the Lord next. I just knew I was finna start talking to God, explaining to him what I didn't do right in life. Them niggas, they got to go to jail. They walking around scaring innocent people such as myself. They got to go to jail.
They playing tough. They got to go around with a real tough niggas in.
I'm sending them back there. I'm sending them back where they really tough at. Since he been out, he ain't been able to make no more raps. I bet he come back out rapping next time.
You have a lot of raps.
I bet he come out rapping next time. If it be a next time, 15 years a long time to go do time. I knew he wasn't gonna do right out here. Listen, I had a police report posted in a minute, so he can go and send it over to Brian Steele. I'm gonna give him a heads up. I ain't gonna say, we gonna go Brian Steele. Go on, get to work. Brian ain't that goddamn bad. Yeah, Brian like to spot nigger. Listen, we showed up at Taboo Land.
Oh, here we go.
Can't wait. Oh, little baby, you know I love you. I'm one of your biggest fans. I'm mad in the motherfucker. Listen, we showed up at Taboo Land night. They thought Unc wasn't coming to Taboo. I went and got the baddest young niggas in Miami. I went and got the baddest young niggas in Miami and Overtown. Some Carl City young niggas. They heard about what happened. We showed up at Taboo with about how many deep last night? About 20 deep. They stopped us at the door. They had everybody scared. Them young niggas had everybody scared. The owner came out. My nigga Title. I told y'all, nigga, I put my flag down in Miami. And them Miami niggas didn't like what Thug did. Them Miami niggas. So I brought out them real steppers last night. It scared Miami niggas. Didn't it? Hey, they say, hey, listen, you normally come out by yourself. We know who them young niggas is. Them the young steppers. We been getting calls all day on the steppers coming out tonight with you. They wouldn't let them party last night. I done already pissed on Atlanta. I done made Atlanta my pussy foot. So yeah, I done been in Atlanta, sold out shows, ain't nothing gonna happen. I got gang unit on my side of Atlanta. Out here I got Miami-Dade police niggas, I got Miami niggas. All I'm gonna say is, them young niggas came out last night. If them young niggas came out and...
Okay, so Charleston White pulls up to the club. He has a bunch of YNs with him. Young Thug and 4PF, they're like mobbed up as well. And this is part two. Now, is Charleston exaggerating? I don't know. But this is a very bad look for Thug. You're on probation. And for whatever you were trying to communicate or maybe threaten Charleston White with, now he is clearly doing a smoke signal to the law enforcement to now look at your actions, not only within, if you guys don't know, I believe Young Thug got Atlanta to transfer his probation to Miami. So now, if you do something in that Miami, Florida area, you could still violate it, and you could even go back to work, go back to jail.
Represented for Unc last night. And Unc brought them young niggas to the door. And they said, come on, Unc, man. They got the shiesties on. Them young niggas had the shiesties. These young niggas don't even go to the club. I love it.
And they took them out. They were willing to take them out. Yeah,
tell them what happened. Where did we go last night?
Man, we went to Taboo last night.
And what they do when we got to the door?
Man, shit stopped us at the front like we were Donald Trump.
The owner of them came out.
Came out, talked to a nigga for an hour.
Come on, Unc, man. Y'all finna intimidate him. Yeah. Now, Unc I just come and let these niggas know.
And we told them we wasn't on nothing. We was on some nice shit.
I'm just coming to let these niggas know I move by myself, but if you bother me with every shit in my end, this some nigga go do a fool by me, nigga.
Ooh, straight up.
This some nigga go do the fool by me, nigga. Cause I ain't out here bothering nobody, man. Unc ain't bothering nobody what they said, and these niggas ain't bringing that Atlanta shit to Miami. Shout out to OG Jigavelli. Yeah. Shout out to OG Brick by Brick. Yeah, shout out to I Am Nice. Yeah. I just let y'all know, nigga, shout out to Yak Gotti. Yeah, no, they showed up for me last night, man. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that. Oh, I ain't forgot I'm getting to you, Cap. I'm getting to you, Cap. I'm saying overtime, niggas there. Man, they came out for me, my nigga. Man, they came out for me. Long live Flipper. Yeah, long live Flipper, nigga. But this ain't Memphis talk right now. This Miami talk. The Atlanta niggas think they go bully Charleston in Miami, and the Miami niggas done put the flag down with it. It don't rock like that, Atlanta. Take your bitch ass back to Atlanta with that shit. So all the Miami niggas say, man, they know how Unc on. So we ain't on no street shit with Unc. But they not fit to bully Unc down here. Let Unc be on this shit. Unc be on this player shit and his police shit. He worked with the police in...
By the way, Charleston White promptly posted him walking to the police station to file the report. And that post was documented. Where is that? That post, where is the post? Right here. It says City of Opelika Police Department. So he's serious. He's going down to the police station. He's making a report claiming that he got threatened, claiming somebody had a weapon, and he's blaming it on Jeffrey Williams. And he says, I promise you, Jeffrey, you're going back to jail for probation violation. Interesting. Okay? Interesting.
Keys to the jail and break it in. Young Thug got the keys to the jail.
I thought that nigga was smarter than that.
I didn't. When I heard him talking on the phone, whining the 21 Savage, and then lying to Mariah like he ain't from the fat prison guard that's for the other that's been from the punks in prison and ain't nobody using no rubber.
Cold blood.
I already knew the boy wasn't smart.
Dang.
So let me tell you more about Rob Lowe. So let me tell you some more about Rob Lowe.
Okay.
Rob Lowe.
Alrighty then. Okay. So yeah, that is let's see. That is supposedly the latest. And Not gonna lie to you. I've given the warning, but you know what? I would be utterly surprised if Young Thug doesn't heed this warning. I think he will. I think he will. All right. Yeah, Thug, don't get hyped up by your little passenger princess, bro. Come on, chill. All right. I think that's the last update on it. Yeah, that's the last update. Okay. A couple of things brewing, and yes, we are going to get to this whole Jay-Z breakdown with the interview, but so you guys sit tight. There is something that's kind of percolating currently, and I wanted to kind of give an investigatory look at it, but I don't want to make any type of opinion on it. This is kind of coming out from a few YouTubers who are seemingly making, I don't know if it's personal or if they actually have valid intel. However, I seen this being talked about in a realm, and I seen it on this guy's page right here. Give me 1 second. King 47 AK or something like that. Now, I want you to take everything with a grain of salt. All right? The news is coming out that people are saying, according to this title, it says rapper YG is going to go down for the murder of Draco the Ruler in a massive multi-set blood gang Rico. Now, that is so accusatory that I am basically giving it up to y'all to say this and these sources come from a few YouTubers I know, and I think their credibility is intact, but I don't have any actual intel of my own, right? From what I know, Draco the Ruler, a rapper out of LA, was murdered at a festival after a fight where he was supposedly fatally stabbed. Police have investigated that stabbing for a while. It is thought that he was in a gang-related fight. When he was alive, Draco the Ruler did diss a bunch of people from some supposed, opposing or, gangs he didn't get along with. And it might be a safe assumption that this was completely gang-related, but we don't know. I want to play this intel here, but it's going to have, I believe it has some other sources, so check it out.
It's only one person y'all can blame for this video coming out. It's only one person y'all can blame for multiple videos that's going to come out from other content creators like Poetic Flacco. And it's only one reason and one person y'all can blame for the reason why we even talking about the Draco the Ruler death and why YG is going to end up spending the rest of his life in prison with some accomplice in the gang, blood gang.
Now, I want to pause this. And again, I want to say, number one, YG's innocent until proven guilty. Or any accusations, I do not stand by them. I do not know the truth. But I will say this, YG as a artist has been very quiet. And I would like to think maybe his music is just not hitting, but it's always very interesting to note that sometimes when there's a lot of things going on in the background, a artist will sometimes get out of dodge or stop being as visible publicly, right? We saw it. I think that happened with Polo G. There's a lot of times when artists are, and we don't know what they're dealing with, right? But when we see that their public visibility has dwindled to a certain extent, and maybe I just thought YG was a bigger artist than maybe he was, but absolutely we haven't seen YG as much, okay?
Rico, a conspiracy to commit murder. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button.
Now, I also continue to add, Los Angeles have been trickling their tally up with Rico's. Rico's usually was a New York thing, especially for gangs. Not saying there hasn't been those in LA, even is the biggest, is really gang capital, but it felt like because of gang injunctions and all these other things they wouldn't go with Rico's. They would just arrest dudes who did crime because being in a gang was so pretty much second nature. So trying to indict gangs would be attacking the entire culture than attack a few people that did some foul shit. However, recently, and I'm not too sure what the change is, LA has gone with indicting in Ricos that, you know, not an entire gang, but they'll get these amount of people. We've seen them with rolling 60s. Apparently happened with, I don't know, like the Hoovers or something like that, with like some child prostitution stuff. So we're seeing that the federal authorities is using that Rico power with gangs in LA. And not too sure if it's going to happen in this particular case, but you know, these guys clearly are assuming that it's going to happen. So
subscribe to the channel. I'm not going to go all the way in detail. I believe Flacco up to do that. But we was on live last night, and you know, we was talking about the situation, and hell, all the evidence was already out there. So I said I'm gonna just put it in video form and show y'all what's going on. Now, if y'all don't know, Draco the Ruler was a West Coast artist that lost his life. He was stabbed in the neck backstage at a show, concert basically. And as soon as he died, eyewitnesses.
Yeah, so he died at the show. It was called Once Upon a Time in LA, which if someone had to ask me, where do you think all the gang members would be at? I would tell them Once Upon a Time in LA, that festival. And apparently that's where it happened. Now, I could go into a whole video about who was Draco the Ruler's ops, but apparently, and I think we could just Google it. Draco the Ruler ops. Just Google it, right? Who was his ops? Maybe we can figure it out. Who? Let's see how great AI is. Here we go. Okay. So even AI is saying his ops primarily stem from intense LA rap scene rivalries and gang affiliations, notably YG and his associated crew. He was also involved in tensions with other rappers, namely RJ Mr. LA, and had conflicts with Bosco 100. Okay, interesting. So I guess people are trying to put two and two together because Draco the Ruler was killed at a festival where YG was also scheduled to perform. Now, I don't know if the beef was just a one-to-one where he was beefing with YG, but apparently the gang or whatever that YG claims may not have gotten along or be the fondest of Draco the Ruler.
Everybody and their mama just start blaming YG. YG this, YG that, YG this, YG that. So bad that a post had got posted that accused YG of working with the feds because they have no idea how YG was free this long.
Now, when did Draco the Ruler die? He's been dead for close to 5 years. And in a time where police use so many resources to figure something out at a very public festival, how can't they get the murderer of a rapper that didn't die in some alleyway? He died at a festival. Now, I think that's what's leading people to think that there's a bigger play here, which might be a Rico play, because if they've allowed maybe a murderer to be free this long, they might have another play at hand. Now, I'm going to kind of speed this up a bit. Where this has gotten legs, right, other than these YouTubers kind of like, guesstimating, is that there's a guy that supposedly is affiliated or somewhat is cool with YG that works on No Jumper. He's a blind guy. His name is Munchie B. He was on YouTube arguing with someone, and ironically over Whack 100. And while a little bit in a heated exchange, when Draco the Ruler was brought up, he disrespected Draco the Ruler and then followed up by saying, yo, the guy who killed Draco the Ruler, I take shots with him all the time. Now, this is like classic loose cannon type of stuff. This is exactly what like Brick Baby kind of said with the, yo, I heard they can't say that anymore, which that comment alone is enough for the authorities to reopen, make that investigation alive again, and try to finally solve the death of Draco the Ruler. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is the comment here.
About this. So let's dive in a little bit and see what we got going on here.
Listen to this.
This is the man who I say is to blame for everything that's going on right now. This is a guy named Munchie B. I guess he's a blind blood from California. He went on Clubhouse and he got to saying some crazy stuff. Check it out.
The nigga Draco was all on Adam shit, right? Talking about this nigga and all that.
Man,
right?
Draco is dead, bro. What are we talking about? Don't make me disrespectful.
Hold on, homie.
Hey, bro, look. Hold on. Hey, you know Draco seems to be on the table and ain't there no more, right? Hold on.
Now, what he's talking about is that at No Jumper where he works, and unfortunately, it looks like No Jumper is always in the middle of every indictment and every gang beef. But he's saying at his place of employment, there used to be a little action figure for Draco the Ruler. And I guess because he didn't like Draco the Ruler when he was alive, and he still don't like him when he's dead, he is pointing out that he has removed this action figure, and then he goes on to say something entirely wild. Now, again, unfortunately, I got to open up No Jumper's page to kind of like showcase this. Let's go back a couple months to see, if maybe there was a time that, these things. Let's see.
And
okay, I think this is a set that it's supposed to be on. I don't know, but supposedly there's some memorabilia of Draco the Ruler, and that was removed. Okay, what's this? Fuck. All right, can we? I'm trying to find it in one way or another. Okay. Let's try to find something that showcases the middle. I don't know. I'm also kind of I don't know the gang stuff too much, so I don't know what represented Draco the Ruler. Anyway, I seen Whack 100 kind of comment on it too in this latest No Jumper thing, where they're pointing out that there's something not on the table anymore. Chat, I don't know. I don't know how these guys keep like smoke signaling. Like they keep smoke signaling to the police that the police should just come like make a case at No Jumper. It's kind of crazy. I have no idea, y'all. Like, look, here we go.
I ain't paying you no more.
Who?
Somebody was right here.
Yeah, we could bring our little guys down again.
Oh.
People kept thinking Suede was Drake.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
With a motherfucking ankle monitor on.
We live. I just did a 2-hour super hot fire interview. Crazy.
Yeah, he got robbed.
Now, is this Draco the Ruler? I don't know. Yeah, I think it is. That action figure. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. No Jumper does the most amazing job of like just leaving enough breadcrumbs that the police just like instantly, right? Like instantly. So, chat, just think about this if you're law enforcement. Even remember, this is supposed to be a cold case. Whack goes on No Jumper. First minute in, he says something's not here anymore. Adam brings back the thing and puts it on the table. Okay? Puts it on the table.
Oh my God.
Let's go back to what this guy's now saying here. Check this out.
Draco shit was on the table. It ain't there no more, right?
You know Draco shit was on the table. It's not there no more, right? Now that's interesting. Now, after Whack records on a Thursday, I don't know if that was like some recent shit. This is crazy, Chad. This is like, these dudes is like, I think they all like the Federal Bureau of Investigations because the way how they kind of like all talk about this stuff, not thinking or giving a fuck that the authorities might want to just go look at what's going on. Let me see, can I find it? I don't know if I can find it. Look like I would have to. No, I streamed an hour ago. All right. Has this Munchie B guy gone back there? No. Oh, but looked like he went to the office and he fucking took it off. So maybe it's on a regular video. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting.
When people get on.
Oh, okay. So in this interview, you see the Draco the Ruler thing. So it looked like it was there consistently. So after Wack kind of calls for it to come down there, it's there on the table. And I don't know if there's a current video. Is there a current video? Do they only do live for their members now? Jesus Christ, they're like really extreme, huh? How do you watch No Jumper if you're not a member? Wow. Well, did they have public videos or no? Anyway. Oh, what about this?
Apparently his dad chairs. Good.
On all my get home was.
Oh, well, it's still there, but anyway, not to like bore you guys too crazy, but you hear the blind dude make a reference to the action figure for Draco the Ruler, and listen to this, chat. If this is not like begging the police to investigate you, I don't know what it is.
About this nigga and all that.
Man,
right?
Draco is dead, bro. What are we talking about? Don't make me disrespect him.
Hold on, homie.
Hey, bro, look. Hold on. Hey, you know Draco shit used to be on the table and ain't there no more, right? Hold on. You know Draco shit was on the table and ain't there no more, right?
Me doing.
Hold on. You do know I did. I said fuck Draco and his brother worked there on Friday. You know on there every Tuesday, right? Shut your dumb ass up, bro. You sound, hey, bro.
So he's mentioning that Draco the Ruler's brother, which is Ralphie the Plug, works at No Jumper as well. And I guess he's saying, you realize I said fuck him, and essentially nothing happened. This is beyond me, chat.
Draco is dead, bro. Hey, bro, the nigga that killed Draco, I passed the bottle back and forth to him all the time. What are we talking about?
Oh my God.
Hey, bro, Draco is dead, bro. Hey, bro, the nigga that killed Draco, I passed the bottle back and forth to him all the time. What are we talking about? Shut the fuck up, bro. You sound dumb. Hey, bro, stop bringing up on. Stop talking about LSU. You don't know nothing about. Draco is gone.
Transgender because I do content with Wack 100. I ask some questions.
Draco is dead, bro. Draco is dead, bro. Why are you talking about that nigga?
Hey, bro, you heard what I just said, right?
Draco put 50 on a blind nigga and he's dead. Why are you talking about him?
Okay, so now I don't know the full lore to this. It appears that Munchie B is saying that Draco put money on his head back in the day. So I guess that's why he's dissing him. Okay, whatever.
Stop.
Draco work at No Jumper and I do too. His brother dead and I'm there. What are you talking?
Now, what the hell on earth made that man go to Clubhouse, National Clubhouse?
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This is some extreme shit. Now, this is some other shit. Check this out, chat.
And I got to go ring, gang. I got to go over there. I got to be out of room to get away.
I mean, I like sitting next to him now.
I got room to get away.
Now, remember, this is Draco the Ruler's thing right here.
I like sitting next to him. He's like a radiator. He's very warm.
I don't got a room to get away.
All right, let's go.
Oh shit!
They love to do this, man. People chair.
Oh,
my
that shit is hilarious, kid.
This guy 607 Unk, man, I'm telling you, he's a real character.
No, you trying to get me up. You've been trying to get me up for a long time. I already know what you're doing. Yeah, you've been trying to get me up. I ain't dumb, Adam. I ain't going for it.
No, yeah, me and Crip Mac are gonna finish what 4 extra started.
That's what I'm knowing. That's why I'm moving over here. I'm getting clearly away from all the bullshit.
Yeah,
I got everything here to protect me from you, so we good.
Yeah, well,
we
I got who's gonna protect me, which is Draco and Suede.
The voodoo.
Well, we don't. They're not voodoo.
That's voodoo. That's
action
my
figures.
That's voodoo. A lot of people don't know. They're kind of tricking you with action figures, but they kind of like getting action because it's actually a voodoo figure.
No, don't disrespect Draco the Ruler.
My fault.
Don't disrespect him.
Suede.
That's how
is that Drake?
Suede.
You're not gonna disrespect Draco the Ruler.
Why does it look like?
He does look a little bit Drakey.
No, he's
looking at his butt.
He's what?
Put him right here then.
He's safe with me. Draco the Ruler's safe, and you keep him away from this mother. What is this shit?
No. I wouldn't do it if I.
What the fuck is going on here?
Don't touch
witchcraft.
He's on some crazy shit. We gotta bring him back to what you got here.
I'm 607. I don't think you should be. Everybody else go.
Now, chat, I'm telling you, this is gonna look real good written up in an indictment. But I just want to let y'all know, there's potentially an indictment that may come down that has an action figure being referenced.
Y'all, it say he passes the bottle back and forth with Draco the Ruler's killer every day. Went up there, got the run in his mouth. This is a blood now. This is big blood, Munchie B, work for no jump. This is why but anyway, so after that, Poetic Flacco basically dropped, and he said he knew who the killer was, and now we not gonna get that far in it. I'm gonna say that to Flacco. I ain't gonna warn what he got going on, but and LAPD got a month, just wild, but LAPD got a month.
Flacco says he knows the killer. Where is this thing at? Where did he say he know the killer?
My coworker Munchie B has been trying to get me fired from No Jumper for a while now, which is odd because I'm the only reason he's on the channel. But I have a video later this week where we dive more into Munchie B.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm telling you, money does a lot to niggas. Yo, Flacco looking, well, kept looking like this big flock right now.
But let's just talk about what's going on, okay, today. So I seen a video on the No Jumper Clips channel where Munchie B is essentially trying to convince Adam, like publicly. He's already been trying to do it in a group chat. But he's now trying to convince Adam publicly that doing business with me is a bad idea. And I just thought this whole situation is hilarious and funny. They were on a No Jumper show reacting to this post I made.
Oh, so I guess this is what Flacco said. There's an arrest coming very soon in LA. A famous LA rapper's death. My video's dropping once I get the green light to name the #1 suspect. The only reason the arrest hasn't been made yet is because they're building a conspiracy and don't want another famous rapper to flee. Is that YG? I don't want to interfere if LAPD drag their feet another month. I'm dropping the content.
On my Instagram story that has Munchie B very nervous, like very scared, and I don't know why. The post says there's an arrest coming very soon.
I'm feeling it.
No, that go for anybody. Like why you just don't join the academy, bro? I tell you, you ain't even gotta be a college graduate to be a police, bro. That go for whack 600. Like who? I never heard of people go to somebody court date if they not there for themselves or to support.
Okay, but
like this people do is just crazy.
Are you consistent with this? Because when Traplo Ross has been investigating the dude David, who allegedly killed his underage girlfriend and stuffed her into the trunk of the frunk of the Tesla. I mean, those are like his biggest videos.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, well, it's like No Jumper right now, kind of cool. They low key need an indictment to get that shit back popping. Like, it's not like they ain't fall off or nothing, but like the moments we all watch like No Jumper with like our popcorns is an indictment, like low key. So I think Adam is probably saying, "Yo, fans, come get these niggas, man."
It was on the second channel he's like ever done, I think. And then B, I didn't see anybody saying that Traplo Ross was doing something bad by basically like exposing the rumors about what.
Yo, Adam, I rock with you, but you a bad friend. It's clear this nigga is trying to say, yo, this nigga, he worked with us, and he probably know behind the scenes that some real shit happened. Maybe it's not even with Munchie B, but with niggas that he really fuck with. And like, bro, like that's just not how you do shit. Like you don't run stories on like your mans in them. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, let's compare it to Traplo Ross covering David. Nigga, Traplo Ross don't know David. Nigga, you don't work with David every day. Right? Like, yo, Adam is a piece of work, man. I love Adam though.
Was happening with the investigation.
Like Adam's acting. Yo, Adam, bruv, y'all work at No Jumper. You're dropping fucking hints. You're bringing down a fucking what do you call it again? Action figure of the nigga. Y'all having conversations that seem elusive. Then you have one of your other employees or like, you know, Flacco, we just kind of mentioning that. You have Wax saying this like, bro, y'all are kind of like dog whistling to the feds to say, man, if y'all gonna come lock these niggas up. So I don't know why Adam is saying that. Like, well, what's the difference between, you know what's the difference, man. Draco the Ruler was supposedly killed by a gang that supposedly Munchie B is associated with, bro. Stop playing, bro. Like, nigga, I'm not from LA and I even know that. Yo, why you playing dumb with this nigga like that? Oh, my bad. Play the wrong video.
Still haven't said a name. People have put names in my mouth. I still haven't said a name. All I said was, doing a video very soon. I know who murdered a famous LA rapper. I'm naming the #1 suspect, and I'm breaking down this entire conspiracy. That's all I said, all right? They put Draco's name in my mouth. They put all the other stuff in my mouth. And they're reacting to words that they put in my mouth from their own mouths. I don't understand this at all. Now, Munchie is very upset and very irate because, you know, he believes I'm making a video about Draco the Ruler. He put Draco the Ruler in my mouth. I didn't. Now, here's the thing. If Munchie B was consistent, I would understand. But Munchie B proceeds to tell Adam that Traplo Ross doing a 3-hour documentary breaking down the Draco the Ruler murder and naming YG throughout that entire 3-hour documentary. That's fine. When a white man do it, it's fine. But when Poetic Flacco does it, he needs to be fired. No, we can associate.
All right, man. We're going to make a couple calls. We're going to figure out this LA nonsense, man. This LA shit is like... Okay. Y'all ready for us to solve this shit? Here we go. Here we go, chat. We're going to figure out all this shit right now.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right, hold up, chat. I got y'all.
Yo.
Whack, I'm on stream. Hey.
What's up, wait?
Why you let your co-worker at No Jumper go open up another federal investigation, man? What's going on, man?
What only co-worker I got is Adam. I don't got no other co-worker. You got to remember, bro.
I just watched a whole thing where I guess Munchie B and Flacco was saying that YG killed
Munchie B. Listen, I will say this. I sent you the clip the other day. You got the clip I sent you, right?
What clip?
Oh, compare. See, that's what I'm saying.
Is that word on the street? Like you can tell. Is the word on the street that YG's behind us? Anybody get locked up?
I don't know. Listen, that's Munchie B talking. I don't know nothing about why G got anything to do with nothing, but Munchie B, here you go, bro. You dropped his clip in there with your chat. And on 3 or 4 different occasions, this motherfucker is saying the dude that killed Draco, he passed a liquor bottle to him every week.
Well, hold on. He's blind, so like, how does he even know? Well, actually, that's a good defense for his case.
Listen to me. No, it ain't. Listen to me. He got a gun case right now. He's a blind nigga with a possession of a firearm right now by himself. Then he's on that clip I just sent you, stabbing himself in the neck, playing Draco music in the background. Then he's on the clip saying, I get information from the streets. I get paid to be a blood from Inglewood family, and I turn it in. The clip I gave you is all his voice 3-4 different times. Now remember, Flacco fought for Munchie B to be on No Jumper. Flacco went in his own pocket and paid for the editors and the sound people to record a show with Flacco and with Munchie B and Spotterlow. Flacco did all this shit to get. If it wasn't for Flacco, Munchie B wouldn't be on No Jumper. So remember, him and Flacco was close. So maybe Flacco know the shit he know, because when they was close, this dude that's saying, the dude that killed Draco, he passed a liquor bottle to him every week. You got the clip. You ain't got to take my word. Play the clip. Shit diabolical. But you know, I ain't never met this dude a day in my life. I ain't never seen this dude.
Wait. All right, but we still trying to like figure out, because this is like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like huge news. And bro, also, I'm gonna be honest with you,
Munchie B just opened up a whole motherfucking investigation.
Yeah, absolutely.
On an unsolved cold case murder, bro.
No, absolutely.
Play that clip I just sent you right now, bro. You will fall out your seat.
So wait, hold on. No, hold on, I'm pulling up your Instagram. Is the person he passed? Who does he pass the bottle to though? Because you know,
I mean, bro, listen, academic.
Here we go.
You know how the police work. Listen, the police will go in his phone, get a warrant. Everybody he's calling and texting to try to figure out who aligns with what. Bro, play that clip. Drop that clip I just sent you to your text in your chat and watch what they say. Shit crazy.
Here we go.
Hey, the nigga Draco was all on Adam shit, right? Talking about this nigga and all that.
Man,
right?
Draco is dead, bro. What are we talking about? Don't make me disrespectful. Hold on, homie. Hey, bro, look. Hold on. Hey, you know Draco shit used to be on the table and ain't there no more, right? Hold on. You know Draco shit was on the table and ain't there no more, right?
Me doing.
Hold on. You do know I did. I said fuck Draco and his brother worked there on Friday. You know on there every Tuesday, right? Shut your dumb ass up, bro. You sound. Hey, bro. Hey, Draco is dead, bro. Hey, bro. Bro, the nigga that killed Draco, I passed the bottle back and forth to him all the time. What are we talking about?
Well, damn.
Let it keep going. Let it keep going.
Oh, okay.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You sound dumb. Hey, bro, dumb. Stop bringing up on. Stop talking about LA shit you don't know nothing about. Draco is gone.
Shit getting hella weird. Y'all wanna take a dare? Start up in the neck. You wanna take a dare? Let y'all shed a tear. Stay team. Hey,
bro, the nigga that killed Draco, I passed the bottle back and forth to him all the time. What are we talking about?
Well, damn. No Jumper, the place where the indictments begin.
Bro, keep rolling. He's gonna tell you how he worked for the police. Let it keep playing.
Wait, how long is this clip? Whack, hold on.
Get off YouTube.
Oh, man, this is whack.
And I get paid to be from Inglewood family.
It's a literal program where they give gang members police-issued phones. And when a crime happened in your neighborhood, you're supposed to tap in and let the police know how they could solve. The GRID program, if you're not from Los Angeles, is a program that pays gang members to snitch. They paid out $42 million last year. How much snitching you think took place for the city of Los Angeles to pay out $42 million to gang members?
It's a literal program where they give gang members police-issued phones. And when a crime happened in your neighborhood, you're supposed to tap in and let the police know how they can solve it. That's it. That's all.
I get paid to be from ISD.
Yeah?
I look on to Prolocity and log into work. I'm gonna be like, boom.
Alright, bro, but how do you get paid to be from the hood?
Look. Right now, I can clock. I can clock in and be like, I went to the West Boulevards and the little homies got to the West Boulevards. I had to settle a dispute, and boom, I'm gonna clock in and do that.
Huh? What are we talking about, bro?
So you got people who are snitching on payroll, but in Los Angeles though, because all of them is in a grid program, all of them are getting paid to snitch. They like to talk around it. Nah, it ain't snitching. Yeah, we signed a contract to snitch, but like we be playing with the police. Nah, we just working them. Nah, we agreed to snitch, and we got the phones that tells us that we can call to snitch. It's a direct hotline to the police, but we took the phone to snitch, but we ain't snitch. We just taking the money to snitch. They talk around it, but it's snitching, okay? Right? It's anybody with a police hotline, I'm good off you, bro.
I could even do like well, whatever outreach or this little shit. I could be like, it's a funeral in my hood. The West Boulevard's having a funeral in my hood, so I'm just you know what I'm saying, making sure everything goes cool. Like I got different categories to click.
Listen, I've never met this dude. I never seen this dude in my life. He screams my name, but as you see,
when is
this
he
is
getting
why
arrested,
I tell the
man?
kids. This is why I tell the kids don't gangbang, bro. This shit is all fake. It's cat, bro. I be listen. You seeing this shit? This is bro. Bro, this shit's diabolical.
Yeah, nah, it's kind of extreme. Is he gonna get arrested or is it YG?
Man, listen, Tremont, I don't know nothing about YG having anything to do with nothing. This dude keeps screaming people's name, but him and Flacco was real close, and Flacco now is about to release some content exposing everybody who had involvement in it. And a lot of this shit is going to be predicated and based on Flacco's investigation. And I think Flacco is dealing with a detective that's LAPD. And I know Munchie B done told him a bunch of shit over the years. So as you see, Munchie B ain't got a problem telling motherfuckers, the dude that killed Draco, I know him. I talk to him. I give him liquor. We drink together. Then he says he turns in information from the streets to the people to get paid to be from his neighborhood. This is why, bro, you see my last picture I put up on my Instagram. Me and my band with my fresh tattoo on my chest, gripping my woman's ass, working on my motherfucking content and the sites and the shit we doing. This shit is fake, bro. This is crazy, my nigga. The square niggas is in. Ladies, get you a square nigga. Don't fuck with no street nigga. They faking. They'll tell on you.
If I'm YG, I'd be highly upset.
Hey, like a YG and whoever else been talking to this clown, bro, he is saying, as an active gang member with an active gun case.
I've never heard YG say nothing bad about Draco, though.
I mean, listen, all I heard was music. It was music. It's no different than Jay-Z and Nas. You know, shit happens sometimes in some of our rap beats. We just saw Drake and Kendrick go at it. Nobody got hurt. It was, not physically. It might be some egos and shit like that, but this dude is the one insinuating he knows these people got something, this, that. And now we all
know. They're saying in my chat that you loose cannon him because he was starting to talk about you and rant about you. That's why he said that. He said you got under his skin.
Loose cannon him? What does that mean? I've never met this dude in my life. I've never been in his presence in my life. I don't know this dude. Loose was at my table interviewing and act. You know how it go, because he came to your place. We don't know if a nigga capping and telling the truth. We gonna let him run his narrative and ask the questions. We find out later, so in order for me to loose cannon him, he would have to been in front of me, and I would have to been questioning him. I've never had an interview with this dude. Ever. I've never physically seen this dude in my life.
What do you think? Do you think the federal authorities are probably looking into this? Because it is an unusual
I definitely
case.
believe they looking into it. And you know, this dude's been a victim. You know, when he was in the county jail, it's this well-known dude named Forley from Rolling 40's neighborhood crib. Well-known dude. A lot of people know him. He put in a lot of work. He's still locked up. He paid Munchie B a visit with a couple 6-0s where they knocked him out and they packed peanut butter in his ass cheeks. They do that shit in L.A. County.
Wait, what?
And then, yeah, they knocked him out in L.A. County jail and packed peanut butter. They got their little squeeze packets of peanut butter. To humiliate you, they'll pack peanut butter in your ass cheeks and pull your pants back up. So when you wake up, it's like you shitted on yourself. Nipsey Hussle was the first one to release it on Twitter. If you go to
Really?
Twitter, you probably could.
Him and Nipsey didn't get along?
Hell no, but then they attacked Nipsey's in them t-shirt store where they went down there and knocked Nipsey Daddy out and raided the whole store. Took all the t-shirts out of there, and the retaliation was they caught him in the county and knocked him out, and they squeezed peanut butter all in his ass cheeks, like 3-4 packs, packed it in there and pulled his drawers up and left him like that. He ain't been the same since. And then is when he got out, his homies tried to turn his TV off, but they only got to the light bulb. He's still living and took his vision from it.
What?
And then his grandma, she be complaining about the nigga using up all the Wi-Fi. We got that content. You always on the phone using up all the Wi-Fi. Get off the phone. Shit crazy. I don't fuck with it.
Whack. Why would they waste peanut butter like that in the jail? Like, I would think peanut butter is like some good shit, like luxury.
Well, you got peanut butter to survive off of, and peanut butter to humiliate niggas. You know, he was one of the dudes. He used to be on the street writing on walls and crossing niggas' names out, hoods out. You know, the nigga only weigh 130 pounds. You know what I'm saying? He just talk a lot, right? So that's just what they do, bro. It's a known thing that you get caught slipping, you go to bed, your squabble ain't right, they knock you out, they pull your britches down, they spread your cheeks, and they go head on. They squeeze it, top to bottom, zigzag, left to right. 2-3 packs, they smack them cheeks, smack, and pull your drawers back up. So by the time you wake up,
wow,
it's like you shitted on yourself, but it's peanut butter. And the toilet paper in L.A. County jail, it ain't that good, bro. So you got to damn near use a T-shirt or a towel to get rid of that stuff, bro. It's crazy, bro.
Wait. So whose job is it to like smush the peanut butter in his anus?
Well, it all depends on who's savage enough. You know, you got savages. You know, you got people in jail who, you know, they do things to men. You know that. So if you got a dude in jail, right, that violate a man in a sexual way, they ain't got no problem spreading your cheeks and just go head on and zigzag it and packing peanut butter in your ass like it's a motherfucking chopped cheese, my nigga. It's real shit. It's something that real happened, bro. So dude is real miserable, and I think in the back of his head he blames the homies. So that's why he keep insinuating these things about other street niggas. You heard him. Bro, you are not supposed to be saying on a murder that's been unsolved for 4 or 5 years on a well-known rapper from California, you know the motherfucker that killed him, and you pass a bottle to him every week, all the time. What kind of shit? And Munchie B got an active felony right now. Gun case.
Hey, do you think that what do you call it again?
He working.
Yeah, but do you think that YG gonna be the next Big U?
I think that because of Munchie B's actions, he's directing them people at certain people. Me personally, right? I don't know nothing about YG having anything to do with no unaliving. He's a rapper. He gonna talk his shit, and that's all I know. He gonna say something. But all this other shit, YG ain't from Inglewood. Draco was disrespecting the city of Inglewood. He had
I heard he was beefing with the Treetop guys.
Nah, I don't know nothing about that. I know he released a song that was disrespecting the city of Inglewood. YG ain't from Inglewood, you know what I'm saying? So, and me personally, I don't think YG got it in him to want to unalive anybody. He been too successful. He'd talk his shit. He might fight a motherfucker if it come to that, but other than that, think about it. YG come from the skinny jean movement. We ain't never heard YG really offer to no serious violent shit. YG been on the scene since what, 09, 2010? You know what I'm saying? Back when Cali Swag District was in and everybody was making the New Boys and all that shit. Like, bro, he was Def Jam YG back then before it was YG 400. So, I don't really see YG involved in that type of activity personally. He got a persona he got to uphold, but personally, I can't see YG involved in that. Now, this Munchie B dude, I don't know what he know or who told him what, because it's obviously he ain't seen shit. Bored. You get what
he don't
I'm
even
saying?
know who he passing the bottle to.
Yeah, he don't even know who he passing the bottle to. They might be telling him, hey, this is the dude that did, but he's saying it out loud for the world to hear. And the fact if any motherfucker's calling his phone, answering this call or text messages, you best believe the police is trying to see who is he communicating with that could possibly be the person that he passing the bottle to, because that leads them to a possible suspect for the unaliving of Draco. Rest in peace.
Do you think that Flacco knows who did it?
I know Flacco fought for Munchie B to get on No Jumper, spent money out his pocket. They didn't want him on No Jumper due to the Draco situation, and they were close enough. If Munchie B will scream out to the world what he knows, what you think he would have probably told Flacco one-on-one? We gonna see. He say he gonna let the content go, bro.
Wack, I'm gonna be honest. Wack. If they do another No Jumper indictment, man, you might have to back up from that place, man. That place is like bait car.
Well, no, we're not. First of all, you're not doing that to No Jumper. This dude is a dude that get paid $150, $200 to sit down 4 or 5 hours once or twice a week, right? He's work for hire. No Jumper is an Adam 22 building. It's a Wack and Adam show situation. Josh, and we got a few other people that run that network. These dudes are dudes that's passing through. Nobody has yet to be indicted for what they did or what happened at No Jumper. Not one person, bro. This is on some real shit. Y'all can't do that, bro. Adam then took his time to build that company. He's from New Hampshire. He's a good dude. We can't put that on him because he's trying to give some underprivileged people a chance and opportunity to have some real legal employment and put some money into their pocket and help them grow so they can go do some independent shit on their own. Nobody knew who fuck Munchie B was like that, bro. Adam enhanced him. Now he got his own little show. He do a few little views. He be on there, doing what he doing. But we can't blame Adam for trying to help. He don't allow no bullshit in there, no gang activity, no fights. He don't allow none of that shit in that building. You been in that building, academics. You been in that building. It ain't that type of flow, bro.
Do you think that do you think Munchie B was part of or partially responsible for the death of Draco? Because
I don't know what Munchie B was a part of or
it
what
seemed like
he was
he knows
doing.
something, right?
Yeah, I don't know if the nigga was there with a walking stick. I don't know what the fuck he got going on. But he keeps insinuating to the world, as a gang member, I know who's involved in this unsolved, unaliving case of Draco. And Draco was a close friend of mine. Respectfully, If he would have did what he was supposed to do, he probably would have. That wouldn't have happened that night. We waited for him for an hour to protect him, and he wasn't showing up. We was 100 deep in there. I had 100 tickets. I was 100.
Oh, he was supposed to roll with you?
On my mama, he was. We waited for him. We had his brother, everybody with us. He was supposed to show up. He was on some Jay-Z shit. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After an hour, bro, he wasn't she was a no-show. My artist like, Wack, we held for an hour. We know what you're trying to do. The nigga ain't showing up. We already been on stage. I had Coyote, True Card, Game, and Blueface. I had 100 tickets and 4 trailers that night. And I told him, come on in, we're going to get you in and get you out. When he didn't show up, by the time we got in the Sprinters and got to the freeway, we got the call. He was unalive. They killed him.
Wow.
Somebody killed him. Now, I don't know who. Munchie B keeps insinuating. Me personally, I don't believe YG had anything to do with that. But this dude keeps saying shit. I don't know what he told Flacco. I don't know what's going on. What I do know is, if I was any homie or any street dude, I wouldn't be calling Munchie B phone, because he's telling the police, hey, look at me. Look at the people I associate with. You might get a lead.
Yeah, that's kind of bad. Wow, Jesus. All right, damn. All right, I'm gonna reach out to Flacco.
Shout out, chat. Flacco coming with some crazy shit. He got a segment on Munchie B coming, and whatever this is about what he knows about who unalive Draco, I don't know, bro.
All right, let me hit up Flacco and see if I could try to get to the bottom of this.
All right, do your thing, bro. We out. Nothing But Sports coming 420. 420 Nothing But Sports drops. I'll be sending you the leak act. I expect you to help me promote this thing. Nothing But Content is dropping 420, and we got an event May 2nd. Nothing But Stores, the Gamboa fight down at the in Miami. May 2nd, bro. Tickets gonna sell tomorrow. I'll holler at you.
All right, Wack. Well, damn. Well, damn, huh? I need Flacco to hit me back. Otherwise, we might just move on. Why did Wack leave us with this picture right here? This is crazy, huh? Wack said, I'm not committing no crime. I'm just like laying down shirtless, gripping my girl's ass. This is like Wack's alibi. Wack didn't put it on.
Your call has been forwarded.
He didn't really put it on YG, but YG's name is getting brought into this. I think he might be owed an apology if really this is all bullshit. And now people are thinking that he is going to be like arrested or some shit like that. So, all right. Whatever. No Jumper back with another indictment, man. Holy shit. Why does murder follow No Jumper like that? It's great, right? All right. Let me see what else. By the way, there was some false rumors that went out recently. A lot of people kept asking me and hitting me up to say, hey, Ak, did YTB Fat die? And if you don't know, he's a rapper. It was reported that he was gunned down today. And this originated from a video where someone posted on Facebook breaking Arkansas famous rapper YTB Fat. You know, well, at first they posted this video to insinuate he might have been dead because somebody said, damn, YTB Fat. Right, this is what they say with the caption here. There's actually a video. Let me see if I can play the video.
It's crazy.
Damn.
Damn, man, we can't even have no peace in the little city, man. Damn. It's bad, man.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Okay. So their caption said, damn, white to be fat. And we then get information that said, breaking Arkansas rapper white to be fat. He's not dead. The reports are false. The person was shot. It's not even related to him. We heard later on the person was his sister. Then we heard it was his friend. Now we're hearing it's not related at all. Listen to this. Apparently this is his brother. Check this out.
Texting me, bro. I'm getting the fuck. Still fuck out my inbox. Tell my little brother. Go on, cuz. Come on, man, cuz. All this shit ain't happening. Niggas know I'ma crash out quick as fuck. Come on, bro. Hey, bro, please stay out my fucking inbox, bro. Hoes, niggas, and fan ass niggas. Cuz, don't even text me no more, fool. The fuck? We good, bro. We straight. Cuz, we good, cuz. Get well and sus. Texting me, bro. I'm getting the fuck.
Okay. Now, I don't even know if that's his brother, but that's what everyone's saying. They're saying that he wasn't shot. Other people are saying his sister was shot while filming the music video at their grandma's house. Don't know how true that is. But prayers are with white to be fat. Even if, you know, obviously he wasn't hurt, if anyone around him was hurt, hopefully, you know, everything is cool. So apparently this is not true for the people who are asking me to cover it. It is not, once again, it is not true, supposedly. Okay. Real quick update. Lil Durk actually shared an update from federal prison. He called in. He posted this to his Instagram page, and he wanted to send a message. Now, this is in anticipation of him going to trial very soon, right? I believe his trial date, let me see, when's the current date? It might be April. When is Lil Durk trial date? They're saying, no, it's August now. And he decided to send a message. Check out what he said.
I want to give y'all just an update on my mind state. You know, I just been reading and getting into these books, just working on my patience. I've been reading Pawns in the Game by William Gackar, Huey P. Newton, Fred Hampton, Elaine Brown, just all the revolutionaries, you know, who've been through something and stand for something that a lot of people don't know of or forgot about. You know, and it's just been sitting on my heart lately to just save the generation, bro. Save these kids. You know, they don't deserve it. I'm just tired of being a pawn for the culture, you know, entertaining and being ignorant, you know what I'm saying? I want to change the world around to being positive. I want to start with saying, like, when it comes to support, you know, I'd be cool because, you know, when Jay-Z went through his situation, you know, he the people's champ. They turned their back on him. Even Drake and Kendrick, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be the first one to just do it, you know what I'm saying? And not saying the first one to do it, but, you know, for these kids, you know, we got to be their heroes. You know what I'm saying? They got to look up to us in a positive way. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people ain't going to like it. You know, if you can't make money off of it, they ain't going to like it. So I'm going to be the first one to do it. The revolutionary. I just want to give y'all just an update on my mind state. You know, I just been...
Salute to Durk, man. Story is very sad. One of the resilient guys, a guy who I think his life was filled with trauma, him watching the people closest to him, from his cousin to his best friend to his artist to his manager, all pass away around him. And clearly he was definitely a product of the street life, and I hope it's not too late for what he's saying to actually be a reality, because he's about to go through his trial now. But it looks like it's going to be a tough one. I don't know if he's putting this out to, possibly try to change public narrative. I'll be honest with you with this. Young Thug went to jail, and I've seen so many people support him. They want him to be free. They call this bullshit. I don't see as much support for Dirk, not only in the industry, but just people. And there is a saying that you could win a case through the media. If people feel like you're being taken advantage of or wrongly accused, they could cause a scene enough where people are now pretty much actively reviewing what the hell's going on. I feel most of hip hop is kind of like Dirk is like a lost case. They've kind of just like given up on him. I think this is why he's appealing to the public. He says, I've been sitting here and it's been heavy on my heart just to save this generation, to save these kids. I'm tired of being a pawn for the culture, just entertaining it and being ignorant. I'm going to be honest with you. It feels like he says, fuck the streets. And let me explain. Not like how the Atlanta guy said it. I think for him, he basically was saying, after going through everything he's gone through, he realized that his music, his image, what he represented, he may have just been a cog in a system. He's not the illness, but he's definitely not the prescription, and he's realized that now. I mean, of course, I would understand him, though. He got locked up. All these other guys went on with their lives. He realized all his rap counterparts, they weren't doing none of that. That's why they're all free. He wanted to, probably embody a little bit more that real street nigga shit. And I think he's realizing a lot of people were influenced by him, but didn't lead him anywhere.
Been reading to get into these books. Just working on my patience. I've been reading Pawns in the Game by William Gacar, Huey P. Newton, Fred Hampton, Elaine Brown, just all the revolutionaries, who've been through something and stand for something that a lot of people don't know of or forgot about. And I just been, it's just been sitting on my heart lately to just save the generation, bro. Save these kids. They don't deserve it. I'm just tired of being a pawn for the culture, entertaining and being ignorant, you know what I'm saying? I want to change the world around to being positive. I want to start with saying, like, when it comes to support, I'd be cool because, when Jay-Z went through his situation, he the people's champ. They turned their back on him. Even
says, I'm tired of being a pawn. Very powerful words. Let me actually correct what I said before. I don't think this is him saying fuck the streets. I think what he's saying is that the mere fact that people who are now laughing at him got the influence to tell him to go slide for Vaughn, that was a pawn move. That was a pawn move right there, chat. I think he's having a lot of time for self-reflection. He's by himself. It is sad.
Drake and Kendrick, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be the first one to just do it, you know what I'm saying? And not saying the first one to do it, but for these kids, we gotta be their heroes. You know what I'm saying? They gotta look up to us in a positive way. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people ain't gonna like it. If you can't make money off of it, they ain't gonna like it. So I'm gonna be the first one to do it. Revolutionary. I just want to give y'all just an update on my mental.
Yeah, man, I said my prayers to him. I keep the same mindset that he could beat this case, but if 15 people come up there on that stand and said, man, Dirk told us to do it, man. He paid us. He hired us to do this. If enough people flip, enough believable people flip, I think he's cooked. If he could prove that these people had motive without him and that they're just trying to do this to save face because they got caught, I could see him getting a favorable result. Currently, I couldn't pick. Shout out to Dirk, man. Shout out to Dirk. Love his music. Fucked up situation. Let me get on to this Jay-Z interview real quick. Here we go. So Jay-Z did an interview with a GQ, and the person he did the interview with is actually a guy who used to work at Complex. He used to go by the name or nickname Mr. Summerman. But he does this interview with this guy, and we're just gonna react to it. Okay, chat? Here we go.
You took it on tour live every night. It was so healing. I'm fucking Jay-Z.
There we go.
Respectfully. Word. Like, for what? To what end?
How would you rate your 2025, like, looking back on the last year?
It was hard, really hard. I was like heartbroken.
Really?
Yeah, I'm glad we got right to that, so we could just get that out the way.
Okay.
Like, I was really heartbroken by, like, everything that occurred. With all, like, we in a space now where it's just like, almost like consequence is not thought about enough. So everything is so instant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like that whole Busby.
This civil lawsuit that was dropped, dismissed.
That shit took a lot out of me. I was angry. I haven't been that angry in a long time. Uncontrollable anger. Like, you don't put that on someone. Like, that's the thing that you better be super sure. It used to be like that. Like, you have to be super sure before you put those kind of things on a person, especially a person like me. Like, even when we were doing worse things, we were doing bad, we had those kind of rules. There was a line, no women, no kids. You hear those sayings, but those are things that I took from the street. Morals, integrity. Code. Those things.
This was such an interesting, start to this interview. I feel like Jay was he was struggling in this interview somewhat to kind of rationalize things that happened to him as opposed to things that were happening to others. I completely get him when he says it really tested him when they were calling him some of the most heinous things to call a man, period. However, it was also baffling to me when he seems to be able to ignore it as long as his name wasn't mentioned. That was odd.
Things I took because we lived and died.
Now, remember what he said. He said there was some morals, some codes. No women, no children. Can't go below the belt in certain realms. Keep that in mind as he ends up talking about the Drake and Kendrick battle.
Died by that. So it's strict for me. Like, it meant a lot to me. I took that really hard. And I knew that we was going to walk through that. We was going to walk through that. Because, first of all, it's not true. And the truth is, at the end of the day, it still reigns supreme.
When you're feeling these feelings, how do you then bounce back and get back to being Jay-Z?
I don't know. This is the first thing I'm doing. Yeah. Actually, it was just like, all right, man, we played enough defense. 2026 is all offense.
So we played enough defense. 2026 is now all offense. That was an interesting but confusing thing for me with him. He said we played defense. Now it's all offense. But offense against who? Maybe he's talking about how they went on the offensive versus like Tony Busby. That probably is what he's talking about. Interesting.
When we first dropped Reasonable Doubt, We sold 34,000 records. We went like at MTV, like, give us a performance in the last slot.
Yeah.
And they were like, what? You don't even have a video that we played. They ain't say these words, but you know what I'm saying. The energy was like, you're new.
Yeah.
Like you haven't proven yourself. But in our mind, the fact that we released an album was proof enough of concept. We did it. That was hard then. We're not in control of distribution, marketing, anything. We're going like a street level, street team approach to this. And so when we put the album out, that was the win.
Yeah.
And we had some success. And remember, on the streets, we were platinum. Anywhere you was going to go, you was going to hear Reasonable Doubt.
Did you feel that way at the time, though?
No, at the time, I wanted a deal.
Were you
That's why
dejected?
I went to every single label. Huh?
Did you feel like dejected or?
I wasn't. Yes, I was.
Maybe being on the offensive is doing this interview, right? Not letting someone write the narrative for you, but you write it yourself.
Rejected, not dejected.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? Like every door was, but I always believed in myself.
Yeah.
It wasn't a moment that I thought I'm not good enough for this industry. At every rejection, I thought, why do they have this guy in place? He doesn't know what's going on.
Like they're slacking. They're not seeing the vision. When you look back at that time, are there things that you're glad that you didn't know?
Yeah, of course. It's almost like if you're in the room and you go through this room and you get to the end and you open the door and you're like, wow. And then you turn back and you turn the lights off and it was like pits and snakes. You know, your naive nature just naturally navigated you through the dark. And that's made up for the things that we didn't know. And it helps because you can learn something so much that you just tap out. I think that happens a lot in the music business. Like people get in the music business for the right reasons and they're very passionate.
That was an interesting saying.
He doesn't know what's going on.
Like they're slacking. They're not seeing the vision. When you look back at that time, are there things that you're glad that you didn't know?
Yeah, of course. It's almost like if you're in the room and you go through this room and you get to the end and you open the door and you're like, wow. And then you turn back and you turn the lights off and it was like pits and snakes. You know, your naive nature just naturally navigated you through the dark. And that's made up for the things that we didn't know. And it helps because you can learn something so much that you just tap out. I think that happens a lot in the music business. Like people get in the music business for the right reasons and they're very passionate about it, but then it becomes Monday.
It reminds
me. What type of girls does he have in?
We have an old Kanye quote of something he said about you when he said, with Jay, you always see the win. What do you think he meant by that?
I think that I've showed the entire picture from You Must Love Me to Regrets to, you know, Soon You Understand. But the wins are so big that I can see where that can dominate a person's memory. You forget the losses.
Yeah. Or the perception.
Yeah, or that becomes the perception that it's only wins. And then I do say I will not lose. So I could add to the perception as well.
I was going to say you also are really good at kind of like, you have a discipline of almost like shrugging off any kind of perception of a loss. Like, what's the Nessa go 0 for 82? I'll look at you like it's gravy, like, you know?
Yeah, because it's all wins. If I had 0.1 of the Nets, I won.
Or
it's like I had ownership in a basketball team in Brooklyn.
Is that something you continue to apply? Like, when, God forbid, something goes wrong.
Being fair here, I think that's a great mindset. One of the things when watching somebody like Jay-Z, like, yes, there's some character traits that we've probably talked about that it's a little bit scummy, this and third, but there's always like an overall mentality. And this is from like most people successful, but especially like billionaires and people like ultra successful. When you're watching these guys, don't take them for face value and everything they say, but just kind of take them in the sense of what's their mentality towards things. And I think Jay's kind of showing that he has a really good mentality towards a lot of things.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. We can.
It's not even God forbid when something goes wrong. Something goes wrong. Everything in life happens for your greatest good. Everything. I had to not get a deal in order to become who I am today. It didn't feel like the greatest blessing of all. It was the greatest blessing that I didn't get a deal, right? So again, everything in your life, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you.
When you
don't skip over that.
Yeah.
It's not happening to you, it's happening for you. So you just got to know the distinction. Everything is just how you relate to it. There's no good or bad. Shit happens. It's life.
When did you reach that?
Interesting.
Become who I am today. It didn't feel like the greatest blessing of all. It was the greatest blessing that I didn't get a deal, right? So again, everything in your life, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you.
When you...
Everything in life isn't happening to you, it's happening for you. What I could take away so far is that Jay has almost this it's this mindset that I don't think it identifies with like manifestation. Maybe it's more of a glass full approach, but he refuses to acknowledge a loss.
You
don't skip over that.
God forbid something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. We can.
It's not even God forbid when something goes wrong. Something goes wrong. Everything in life happens for your greatest good.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. I had to not get a deal in order to become who I am today. It didn't feel like the greatest blessing of all. It was the greatest blessing that I didn't get a deal, right? So again, everything in your life, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you.
When you
don't skip over that.
Yeah.
It's not happening to you, it's happening for you.
So
you just got to know the distinction. Everything is just how you relate to it. There's no good or bad. Shit happens. It's life.
When did you reach that?
I wonder if he really does believe that, because when he says there's really no good or bad, I wonder if that goes to his morality as well.
Acceptance of that concept, though.
I read a lot of books earlier, Seed of the Soul, Celestine Prophecies, and all these different books, and I was picking up all these gems and jewels on the way. But I was also 26 when I came in, and I lived a lot of life in those 26 years. Marcy to Trenton, New Jersey, to Cambridge, Maryland, to Newport News, Virginia. I met all sorts of people, been in all sorts of situations, and I came out without a scratch. Never been to jail.
3 shots never touched me.
3 shots never touched me. I came out unscathed. It was very rare. And I was always curious after that. Once you reach that part, like I've had the living, and now I'm like, man, why did that happen? I'm always questioning, like, why did that happen? Why did it happen that way?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to move on to something else. But look like Jay has been trying to, not necessarily battling, but he's also been trying to like process this idea of fate. He's been trying to process this idea of destiny, but also of predetermination. And him coming to the point of saying, yeah, you can't control what happens, so you kind of just have to trust the plan of it happening, meaning that it's good for you. Huh.
I want to ask you just a little bit about a written testimony specifically, just because that was the most recent release. I think it came out like right before the pandemic started. So
yeah,
you guys
like
didn't
the
talk
day.
about that much. The day.
Yeah, my favorite verse is off that just jumbled track. I love that track. It's so noisy and just so unorthodox. Flux capacitor.
You know what's funny about that? So I don't know if you remember this. You and I were emailing about that. Because I wrote about that album, and I said this verse is crazy even if it's offbeat.
Yeah.
And you said that being offbeat was the.
By the way, interestingly enough, did you see this? I'm wondering how much of this is just kind of like Jay being Jay, or how calculated this is. If you watch how Jay's even sitting, and he kind of has like almost like this hand like movement, which some people kind of know it from like Andrew Tate. It's like a hand gesture. So it's a hand sign explain. Here we go.
So Andrew, tell me, what is this?
This is my father's hand symbol. So my father used to do this when he was playing chess. He would sit there and he would focus like this. And I guess I copied it because that's the whole point of being a son to a father, right? You're supposed to copy your father in all ways and you're supposed to replicate them. So I saw my father doing it and I copied it, and it's a power mudra. I think a lot of people know that now, but there's
balances the left hemisphere and the right.
They said it's a power what?
There's a time and a place to use this. There really is. This is what a lot of people do. They go here and they use this symbol right here. It's a symbol of power. And you know what? It actually works. But before you start using the symbol of power, let me just remind you, it always comes back. Look at Andrew Tate. He's the one who made this famous. And so when you use energies like this, there is a short-term benefit, but it's going to kick you on the backside too. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? What you want is what it's going to take back. That's what happens when people play with magic and they don't even understand what the hell is going on. There's a time.
Interesting.
This is actually a mudra from power, a mudra for power. I think I'm not sure which yoga or Hindu or something it's from. It is a mudra from power, but my father used to sit and play chess like this. This is how we played chess. I stole it when I would be losing chess games and chess tournaments. When I was a kid, I was like, shit, I'm losing. I need power. Shit, let me do like Dad. Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. But I just adopted it. This is actually a withdrawal from power.
Interesting though. Jay seemingly is doing some version of it.
Flux capacity.
You know what's funny about that? So I don't know if you remember this. You and I were emailing about that because I wrote about that album, and I said this verse is crazy even if it's offbeat.
Yeah.
And you said that being offbeat was the point, champ, and I was like, well, what can I say to that?
Yeah. Sometimes you need to sit in the pocket. 'Cause my pocket is always, it's like with a foot over the thing anyway. It's always hanging to the last moment, and it's like, because sometimes I try to fit a lot of words into like a small space. Then that last word just like get in the door.
Sticking with a written testimony, you have a couple of verses on there that I really like because they kind of speak to what's going on with you in a broader sense in the culture, like on Universal Soldier, I think it is, when you said that you don't keep the same energy for the DuPonts and the Carnegies.
Yeah.
So I wanted you to talk a little bit about this idea of like you said earlier, like the things that you do for the culture, the ways that you put on, the ways that you try to protect and move forward, but kind of the pushback that you get sometimes about like people throw capitalists at you in a derogatory sense.
Yeah, I think in that verse specifically, the only thing I heard coming up was the American dream until we started being successful. And it was like, wait a minute, you're selling out because you're making money. That was the first thing that was put on musicians. People had this law for the struggling artists. That's a mind game, what we would call back in the day for tricknology. It was like, no, I'm not going for that. Like, no, I make art first, and then I make sure that I'm compensated for my art. I didn't take advantage. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people. I didn't take it. No one. That's not my reputation. That's not what I do. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people or taking advantage of, the loopholes in the system or some wrinkle in like a capitalist structure. That structure exists, and I just see the world for what it is, not for what I want it to be. I'm a realist, not an ideal. It's not idealistic. People speak about the world how they want to see it. You're never going to win like that.
You said something just now, though, about you pushing independence, right? Kind of like in the spirit of Prince. When you embody that, do you feel like you are kind of setting a mold or leading a charge for like what the successful black man is allowed to do? And like breaking these spaces, breaking these confines?
Yeah. I even want you to take that out of your vocabulary.
Take what?
Allowed. You know what I'm saying? We're not allowed to do anything. In order for someone to allow you, they have to have authority over you. Mm-hmm. No one has authority over us. We exist like everyone else here. No one can allow us to do anything. But that word comes from a real space. And I want to eliminate all those type of words for us. Yeah. Yes, so the answer to that is yes.
When you're on a mission to eliminate words like allow, like you said, you feel like that makes you a target sometimes from...
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. What's the Nipsey thing? Pray for me, y'all. One day I'm gonna have to pay for these thoughts. Real niggas is extinct. It ain't safe for me, my dog. These are real fucking lyrics.
You've come back to that a lot in the last few years. Like the more I reveal me, the more they will kill me. Stuff like that. When you say they, like who is that?
Whatever the threat to, however the system is set up to keep things at status quo and keep us in a position of using words like allow. So anyone that's culpable in creating the system that we operate under, that's they.
Yeah.
That's they. And it actually goes beyond color.
Yeah.
Because I've encountered that a lot. Where it was just like, okay, this successful black man, make it, let me go to him.
Yeah.
And for help. And they're like, you don't fuck with no rap shit.
Oh, wow.
Not like out like that, but you know,
that's the energy.
Like the energy. It's like you see the energy.
Yeah.
You know?
I was thinking about how you described last year as being angry and for the first time in a while. Yeah. I wondered what it felt like to be pulled back into that feeling and how you pulled yourself out or how you leaned on the people around you.
Yeah.
I've been saying to pull
I needed the people around me more than ever. Because usually when I have that feeling, I would just make music and just be therapeutic. I'll be able to, I'll blow it out.
Yeah.
And I would be like, I'll move on. I had to sit in that for a long time. And luckily I had that. And again, I built this this circle that's really safe for me, of people that really love me, not using me, and really care for my best interests. So I was able to have that.
I want to know who's in that circle.
The most crucial time for me.
Yeah.
especially people that were close to me, and I'll explain. So like, you know, when those type of things happen, people run. They don't care what happened. They don't care. It's like, save yourself.
Yeah.
You know, so I have partners. You know, I've had big deals with, I called my guy from LVMH, hey man, this is coming, and I can't get rid of it. I can't take a settlement.
Yeah.
It ain't in my DNA. First of all, first I had to tell my wife, let's just back up.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't even in me. I know what this is the weight that this is gonna bring on our family.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it. The makeup, I would die. It would have been cheaper, yes. Cheaper, quicker, move on with your life. It was like a testament because people know me. Like, I know who you are, and that's impossible. And not only we standing by you, but what do you need?
Yeah. What did you kind of do to
Now, I don't know if that's a Jay-Z privilege, but I think it should be extended to, like, you know, most people with a pretty good reputation. It looks like he's saying that in terms of like cancellation, when people were trying to say, yo, it might be over for Hove, he said his like high tier friends were actually trying to help him even more.
come back from that personally or emotionally, I guess?
I'm still working with that. That's a great question. I'm still dealing with that.
What was it like watching Blue come into her own even more on this most recent tour?
That was amazing. You know, because on the first tour, you know, there was a lot of conversation around her first performance.
He's gonna get to
really hard to get to that point.
Drake and Cole in a second.
She still was like going through emotions, and then after that, she just started going for it. Like, she started fighting back. I saw her fight, maybe for the first time in her life, like fighting back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like not everything is just given to her and everything is easy. She had to fight for that, and she fought for it. Then to see her do the amount of work, she's almost on every number.
Yeah.
I had to take her off physically or something. I'm like, man, you can't be on that stage where she's singing, 6-inch heels. You crazy? That's never gonna happen. You know, like it was like that. It was like a fight.
Sure.
She wanted to dance every single number. And that's a lot of, choreography to remember.
Mm-hmm.
She was 13 at the time. That's a lot. And she was nailing it. She was going crazy.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Like Blue is a crazy pianist.
Oh,
but she won't let us get her like a teacher. She don't want to be mentored in that way because she wants it to feel just like fun. She don't want it to be a job. Mm-hmm. But when she has a perfect pitch, mm-hmm. anything. If she hears a song, she'll be like, play it again, and then she'll play it.
Oh, wow.
Like she'll teach herself. She'll find the notes, and then she's off playing it. That's just talent.
That's definitely a sign that you're a genius.
Normal, right? And she's just like, no, I just want to play. I enjoy playing. Let me just play. So she doesn't work at that. She worked at this, and it makes me proud that she fought for something that she really wanted to do. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to get off that stage now. I don't know.
You pop out like when you want to, you record when you want to, like you're not in that stricture.
Yeah, I think 444 released a lot. Although it's the hardest album for me to make, mm-hmm. it's still hard I can't even listen to 444 because it's so
dark.
It's the album that I was always afraid to make. You know what I mean? Like you think about like, man, I want to make an album like it's just like pure and just like vulnerable and just like the real interior thoughts. Mm-hmm.
I would think it would be like Magna Carta, Holy Grail, and also what's the name of what's the name of that other album? He said the album he was scared to make.
Oh, not like the Superman, like this mythical figure.
So it's interesting for you to like pinpoint that because, like we were saying earlier, the last time you did one of these like kind of real sit downs was around 444, when that had like just happened and just come out. So I'm curious now, like what it's like that it's been some time since that and how you've kind of evolved with those changes and going through that door, like you said.
I'm super proud of the work that I've done and put in, and to be able to do that in front of the whole world. Yeah. Like most people, they get to, go through their things, very privately. Right?
You took it on tour.
Live every night. It was so healing. 444 to like everything is love. That's a real chapter in life that it got recorded.
Everything is love. You're rapping like really like there's some crazy verses on there where you're just like flowing nuts. Like friends and nice.
I think his name is Frazier. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm a fan of my wife's creativity. She's a monster in the studio. She can hear like a sound off of like a drum 8 months prior and be like, what happened to that drum that was, remember that song? I'm like, no. And she'll pull out a drum sound that's like needed for that moment. You know what I mean? Like, she's a great producer. So when you're around that type of talent, it's just like, again, you know, you're in that type of energy, you know, people bring music and, you know, it's just a vibe. So those verses were just crafted because we were just having a good time.
It feels like you and her are in a real creative zone too right now. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like the last couple albums she's put out, I've noticed your name in the liner notes a lot too. Like, I can kind of picture you like in the studio flowing like Unicorn is the uniform you put on, you know?
Yeah, but you know, again, it's that energy. Like, I know what she's trying to accomplish and anything that I can contribute. I mean, for my family, first of all, you know, I thought it was super important and a challenge and fun to be in the room.
Does that give you some of your own creative spark to give back to your own zone and get the pen out?
It actually does the opposite.
Really?
I'm actually fulfilled in that space. You know what I mean? Just to be like, you know, a small cog in that wheel. I'm getting out that creativity. But again, I was just so like heavy. And I don't know how to make music that's not reflective of how I'm feeling.
All right, come on, Jay. Let's get to it, bro.
I think everyone should.
Okay, here we go.
That moment, I was like, open. I think that the first thing that I say, it has to be said from me.
You can't be like
I don't want to be so rigid with it.
And here we go.
I don't know how to make music that's not reflective of how I'm feeling at the moment. It would have been fiery,
but
I don't know. I don't know if it's done more harm than good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, because you know I have a lot of like scratch ideas, and they like all bad. I gotta be honest, they're bad. It's just like all bad.
The streets really wanted you on that Clipped album.
Yeah, I was close.
Everybody at Rumble, hey, we're moving a kick from Rumble right now, chat. So if you're watching on Rumble, just get over the kick. I ain't even gonna lie to you. YouTube, we're still rocking for a bit.
I think I think that the first thing that I say, it has to be said from me.
You can't be like
I don't want to be so rigid with it though. I'm gonna keep that open. I'm gonna take that back. But at that moment, I was like, yeah, I want to do something, but in order for me to move forward, I got to get this shit out. I got to get it out.
When we're talking about putting on for the culture, what does it mean to you to be at the helm of a cultural event so important as the Super Bowl?
I think everyone should experience music in its totality. And for a lot of years, it was only one side of music that was being represented.
Yeah.
And we got the opportunity to.
What does it mean, one side of music? I was confused by this.
To create a more balanced idea of what popular music is today.
Yeah.
I'm not going out on a limb. It's the most famous people in the world.
Statistically supported.
It's like, I'm not like, I didn't pick like the indie artist that I really like from Portland. The #1 streamed artist in the world. Him.
It's crazy that I think last year was still like the first solo rap act, which is crazy to say that last year was that. Was that a hard one to get across the board?
Not without conversations that was like dated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like you said, the stats show. Kendrick broke the audience record.
Yep.
It's not right.
Okay, so he's talking about this job, which was so funny. It's a job that he swindled in terms of the control that he has over the Super Bowl picks that no one else in hip hop has, and supposedly if there was going to be a deal, that was meant for possibly Colin.
Rocket science. It's like this is the music of our time, and it should be represented on the biggest stage because these are some of the. I'm not saying they're the only artists, right? Obviously, other artists would be offended.
Yeah.
But I think that was the right choice.
As a rapper, first and foremost, and being one of the pillars of contemporary rap, I would have to imagine that you got a special kick out of watching that show, though, in particular.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I thought it was brave. I thought with.
So you know where Jay confuses me, and nobody wants to talk about this, but it confuses me. Here's my question to Jay, right? And by the way, I seen a bunch of people, with all due respect. Jay-Z did interview Memphis Bleak. I seen a couple of people basically try to, like, I don't know, maybe try to get under Memphis Bleek's skin by asking why Jay-Z is doing an interview with GQ instead of doing a podcast with Memphis Bleek. Okay? And that was like a thing. Let me see if I could see, any commentary on it. Apparently Memphis Bleek, apparently Oskino mentioned that a bunch. Let me see. Is it this? No. There we go.
Yo, there you go. No, this comes with the LGBT. Bro, I'm the one that put flowers on it. He don't. Bro, first of all, let me tell you something, bro. I'm the one that cleaned Free Grave off. He don't. Why would I talk about his son? I'm the one that put flowers on it. He don't. What you talking about? So that's I hate when trying to make a narrative that's not true. No, you said talk about talk about my son. The nigga talking about my son. I'm not talking about nobody's son. I heard you said that, and I ain't see that. Who said it? You said it. You ain't had to see it. I'm telling you, it's right there. Everybody's seen it. I mean, I'm just saying, why would I talk about Free Son when I'm the one who put roses on every 2 weeks?
Oskino called out Bleek for talking tough with no action, to which Bleek replied that he would be back in Philly and that he wanted to see how tough Oskino really is. So Oskino then clapped back by saying, who names themselves after a city they ain't even from, and that all Bleek could ever do was match his do-rags to his outfits and be a servant to his big bro Jay-Z. Well, Oskino made a recent post online continuing to clown Bleek after Jay-Z did a recent sit-down interview with GQ magazine. In the post, Oskino says, Jay-Z did a whole interview with GQ when Memphis Bleek has a whole podcast. Then in the caption he put, Memphis Bleek, your pop won't even sit down with your clown ass. And Pop not done.
Hey, no, I'll cut it and I'll just respond to it like this. With all due respect, Oskino, I know you got your issues with whoever you got it with. Obviously you have personal history with these people. I can't tell you what's right or what's not. I'll tell you just my opinion. I don't think that Memphis Bleek should feel any type of way about Jay-Z doing an interview not with him. Okay? I've been friends with many people who, when the time permitted or when the moment presented itself, it was probably in their benefit to do an interview not with me. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of blame this on those Kendrick dick riders, them K-Bot fans, because after they were getting like lambasted with the narrative of the battle, they kept using that to say, and obviously there's a lot of media personalities that went, rogue on Drake over it, but they would use that to be like, well, why do you, rock with Drake so much he doesn't give you an interview? I've never been a fan of someone begging for a conversation. I think if Jay-Z and Memphis Bleek sat down, it would be a very unique conversation. It would be a big brother, little brother conversation, a conversation that would pretty much encompass everything that Jay has done for Bleek, but what Bleek has done in terms of stay down for Jay. That's an artist to artist, big brother to little brother conversation. I think that would be great too, right? That's why I don't like when these things get personal, because now these guys are just kind of just making all type of shit up. Like, no. I don't see that Bleek should have any problem with that. Also, with all due respect, Bleek is not the best interviewer. And I'm not going to lie, I think Frazier did an amazing job too. Especially for the audience I think he was trying to capture. I think he was trying to go beyond his audience.
What he did was brave. And it speaks to who he is as a performer.
Mm-hmm.
He could have made it a little easy on himself.
Just aesthetically and like with the
No. Aesthetically, it was beautiful. It was flawless. The artistic choice to play
the new album
was a choice. And brave in front of that big of an audience. Because even if 10 million people know some of these songs, there's 120 million people. That's like, what is he doing? And as an artist, to stand up there and do it.
Okay. Now, this is another disconnect. And let me just finish this Memphis Bleek thing. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Memphis Bleek not getting this interview. Also, I don't have a problem with Jay-Z doing this interview with Frazier from GQ. I'm going to be honest with you. Jay-Z, unlike Kendrick Lamar, I believe Jay-Z has always shown love to black media. Yes, I don't have to criticize him and give backhanded compliments. Jay-Z is not the same person as Kendrick Lamar. Actually, I'll even, I kind of even want to go as much as say, I kind of believe that Jay-Z, out of everybody, and I'm trying to help me recollect, I think Jay-Z might be above Drake and Kendrick in terms of when it came times, obviously as time went on, he starts speaking less because he was active less, this and third. But this is a guy that went on 106 and Park all the time. This is a guy that, pretty much every outlet that was cultural, he always touched. Like, we can't compare Jay-Z to you're going to compare Jay-Z to fucking Kendrick Lamar? Kendrick Lamar want to sit down with SZA. Kendrick Lamar, he'll probably sit down with Zayn. He don't want to talk with the niggas. Kendrick Lamar, as much as he's saying what the culture's missing, this and third, he's not building nothing. We watch Jay, go to the Breakfast Club. Was it once or maybe multiple times? We watch Jay do multiple interviews with B-Dot and Elliott Wilson. We watch Jay on 106 and Park. We watch him on Big Ticket Show. We watch him on MTV. We watch this guy pretty much throughout his career over decades really not shun media. We watched him. So if he wants to do a boutique joint because he's getting some type of award or, it plays into his plan of restoring his prestige, bro, we can't be mad at him. What would we be mad at him for? I'm not mad at him.
Yeah, the stats show Kendrick broke the audience record.
Yep.
Now, this is where I'm confused about Jay. He starts this interview out by saying that people accusing him of pedophilic activities really was the first time in a long time he got upset. And that it really fucked him up. And he was pretty much sad and disappointed. And that he had to play defense his entire time because of these type of allegations, erroneous allegations at that. And now he was down to go on the offensive. I wonder how he separates that in terms of him getting accused in civil lawsuits with the fact that, Drake just got accused in the biggest song in the fucking world that's ever existed in a rap battle. So it's crazy how he could, when it comes to himself, he could see how maybe he's getting caught up in the wrong things, or he's getting caught up in people trying to blame. When it comes to him, he's getting caught up in people trying to blame these rich celebrities for doing freaky shit, or they're pedophilic or whatever. He's completely against that type of thing, right? However, when it comes to Kendrick calling Drake a pedophile, he sees it in the opposite light. He says, well, damn, this is just great. This nigga did his thing. Why doesn't he look at when he's getting accused of whatever, man, I know they accused me, I know it's false, but this is the year of victims. Victims are getting a chance to say their piece, even if some victims didn't get it right. Victims, that's because to me that's essentially what he's doing with this Kendrick shit. You're saying that with you, it was pretty unfair that you could that these accusations could come could be levied against you. It ruined you. It ruined your mood. It changed you. It got you upset. But with Drake, fuck it. Who cares? And you could look beyond that. And again, I'm doing a 1-to-1 here. I know somebody be like, it doesn't make sense. It does make sense. Why couldn't he look at, even though they incorrectly labeled him whatever, why couldn't he look at that and said, well, listen, all right, fine. They were wrong in labeling me, but I'm glad this year happened. I'm glad all these accusations came to light, because what this actually proved is that victims have a voice. Victims are not going to stay quiet anymore. Victims are finally going to speak up. And why can't he have that type of excitement for that? Huh? Why not? Because when it comes to him talking about Kendrick and Drake, he's blushing. But the moment is created by essentially the backbone of that moment is calling Drake a pedophile.
To create a more balanced idea of what popular music is today.
Yeah.
I'm not going out on a limb. It's the most famous people in the world.
Statistically supported.
It's like I'm not like I didn't pick like the indie artists that I really like.
Okay, so now he's kind of trying to justify him picking Kendrick. Let's go back a little bit into that.
Idea of what popular music is today.
Yeah.
I'm not going out on a limb. It's the most famous people in the world.
Hold on.
I'm gonna keep that open. I'm gonna take that back. But at that moment, I was like, yeah, I want to do something, but in order for me to move forward, I got to get this shit out.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get it out.
Okay, here we go. Sorry.
When we're talking about putting on for the culture, what does it mean to you to be at the helm of a cultural event so important as the Super Bowl?
I think everyone should experience music in its totality. And for a lot of years, it was only one side of music that was being represented.
Yeah.
And we got the opportunity to
I wish he was really asked what's the other side of music.
To create a more balanced idea of what popular music is today.
Yeah.
I'm not going out on a limb. It's the most famous people in the world.
Statistically supported.
It's like I'm not like I didn't pick like the indie artists that I really like from Portland. The #1 streamed artist in the world.
That was not true. Kendrick was not the #1 streamed artist in the world. He had the #1 streamed song in the world. And that's where I think, the narrative is getting rewritten. Kendrick had the most popular song, and that song was based around calling the most popular rapper a pedophile.
It's crazy that I think last year was still like the first solo rap act, which is crazy to say that last year was that. Was that a hard one to get across the board?
Not without conversations that was like dated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
that's interesting. He said he couldn't get that pick of Kendrick Lamar as the Super Bowl winner. And he's almost suggesting that he fought for it. He said, I couldn't get it across the board without conversations that were dated. What does that mean? Oh, I had to remind these people that I, either I report to or maybe they're on this committee with him. And he had to tell them like, this ain't the 60s anymore. This is not the 80s. Yes, a rapper could headline. And that's what he's kind of like putting across.
You said, the stats show Kendrick broke the audience record.
Yep.
It's not rocket science. It's like this is the music of our time. And it should be represented on the biggest stage because these are some of the, I'm not saying they're the only artists, right? Obviously, other artists would be offended.
Yeah.
But I think that was the right choice.
As a rapper, first and foremost, and being one of the pillars of contemporary rap, I would have to imagine that you got a special kick out of watching that show, though, in particular.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I thought
he gets a special kick. What's that?
But it was brave. I thought what he did was brave, and it speaks to who he is as a performer.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he think that the young woman who maybe she was lying or not, why wasn't she brave to call you out? Why wasn't she brave to mention two of the most powerful niggas in the world that she claimed was, sexually assaulting her? Why is she not brave? But Kendrick is.
He could have made it a little easy on himself.
Just aesthetically and like what the...
No. Aesthetically, it was beautiful. It was flawless. The artistic choice to play
the new album
was a choice. And brave in front of that big of an audience. Because even if 10 million people know some of these songs, there's 120 million people that's like, what is he doing? And as an artist, to stand up there and do it and complete your vision was like, I had to tip my hat. Like, I have high respect for him already. But like, even more, my respect was like, he's really about what he say he's about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to ask you this only as a participant in.
You don't have to give a disclaimer first.
Well, I'm just saying, as someone who was part of probably the genre's biggest rap beef.
Well, until now.
As a spectator,
Yeah.
what did you think of the 2024 back and forth between him and Drake?
I'm gonna have an answer you're not gonna like.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you're gonna like. That's presumptuous. I think that, look, there was 4 pillars of hip hop. There are 4 pillars of hip hop, right?
Yep.
There's breakdancing.
Yep.
And it's graffiti.
Yep.
There's DJing and battling.
Yep.
Breakdance is not at the forefront of rap anymore. It's actually an Olympics sport. That's dead. Graffiti.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You know, at certain places.
Yeah.
And even in like, you know, major art and like Keith Haring.
Yeah, yeah.
And Basquiat, actually, a street artist.
Yep.
Took it to a next level. It's not part of hip hop. DJing. The DJ was in the forefront. It was Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
Right, yeah.
Eric B. and Rakim.
Yeah.
You don't even know the DJ for half of the artists anymore. Who's Drake DJ? I have no
Future the
idea.
Prince.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you off top.
His manager.
That no longer exists. And the last pillar is battling. We love the excitement. And I love the sparring and the music you get. But in this day and age, it's so much negative stuff that comes with it, they almost wish it didn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, because it's almost like it's a final thing. Now, people that
Let me listen.
like Kendrick hate Drake.
Yeah.
No matter what he makes, no matter what he says, and it goes far too. It's like attack on his character and his thing, and it's like, I don't know if I love that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm wondering why he's saying this. For context, I moved over here in 2001. Him and Nas beefed very shortly after. And in that battle, it was nasty. I remember being in school and I didn't really understand much, but I knew that kids were down to fight over it. Fans have always picked sides. Now, granted, I think that the level of stand-up now is easy to quantify because there's strength in numbers when you have the internet. But I always felt like fans got involved in these battles.
If it's helpful to our growth, where the fallout lands, especially on on social media, which takes place every day.
Yeah.
And now you have these pods of cult.
The Stan armies fighting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's too far.
Yeah.
It's like bringing people kids in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't.
Yo, Jay, man, cut it out. I think Jay is full of cope. I rock with Jay, but let me tell you this. We got to be honest. I don't think Jay would be saying this shit, and it's coming across as a fraudulent way of having some empathy for Drake. But Mr. Hove, let me just say this. Drake still like battling, even if that shit happened or whatever. You saying that maybe battling shouldn't be in the culture is because you're having flashbacks of how your year was characterized by the accusations, and you realize how nasty these accusations are when the narrative becomes people believe them. So you're just being selfish. You're just thinking about your own survival. It's like when somebody sees someone dies and they start thinking about their own death, and they feel sad, not really for the person who died, but the fact that at one point or another, they might die. You're not feeling bad for them. You're feeling bad for yourself. That's what Jay-Z's doing. If you want me to think that Jay-Z's now, yo, Jay, you don't even have social media, gang. I get it. Maybe you got a burner account like KD. But what are you talking about that is so prolific in today's culture? Yes, stan culture seems to be a lot more vocal, but I'm telling you, when I moved over here and you and Nas was getting into it, I'm telling you niggas was down to squabble in school over what y'all niggas was saying. rap battles and beef, any type of conflict, especially with music that is usually so intimate to people and fans, it usually gets to the point of conflict that could arise to violence even among fans. People picking sides. I'm pretty sure fans of Tupac and Biggie may have gotten into it. It is what it is. So I think Jay's only saying this for his own survival. And it goes to show, and it's just kind of reiterating, Jay-Z actually really got fucked up over these accusations that got levied around his name. I think he avoided all this shit for decades. All of a sudden, his son can't keep jumping out of the woodworks. All of a sudden, everybody want to know when he got with Aaliyah, when he got with his wife Beyonce, what did he do with Foxy Brown? All of these things that I think he thought he got past, they're all coming back up, and everybody got a story. Jaguar Wright is saying that. Dame Dash is saying that. People are pointing out spooky shit, and I think at some point he must have thought, whew, glad that shit is over. And what I mean by that is he thought that years ago. So to see it rear its ugly head now, I think Jay had a different approach and mentality to accusations and things that went in that realm now that has finally affected him. Because when he says, as you just heard, he says sometimes this shit go a little bit too far. Do you remember what Jay-Z has said about people in battles? Huh? Exhibit 1, y'all. Since Jay-Z must have Alzheimer's, we'll remind him how he was getting down. The takeover, the break's over, nigga. God MC, me, Jehovah. Hey, little soldier, you ain't ready for war. ROC too strong for y'all. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, pen to a test. Your chest in a line of fire with your thin-ass vest. You bringing them boys to men. How you boys gonna win? This is grown man B.I. Get you rolling the triage, biatch. Your reach ain't long enough, Dunny. By the way, he's dissing Havoc and Prodigy of Mobb Deep right here. Rest in peace of Prodigy, always say Dunny. Your reach ain't long enough, Dunny. Your peeps ain't strong enough, fucker. Rockefeller is the army, better yet the Navy. Niggas will kidnap your baby and it will spit at your lady. What did he say now? I just want to get this right with Hov again. I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in because the thing about Jay, he's really well spoken. He's like, you know, one of them NBA players that's like media trained to the utmost. What did he say?
Yeah. I don't know if it's helpful to our growth where the fallout lands, especially on on social media, which takes place every day.
Yeah.
And now you have these pods of cult.
The Stan armies fighting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's too far.
Yeah.
It's like.
Okay, so it wasn't too far when you said, we'll kidnap your baby, spit at your lady, we bring knives to fist fight, kill your drama, we'll kill you ants with a sledgehammer. Don't let me do it to you because that wasn't too far. I think I might be, maybe I got the Alzheimer's. Didn't Jay-Z plays, am I tripping? Jay-Z versus Mobb Deep. Jay-Z humiliates Prodigy by almost calling him and questioning, which is one of the very sacred things in hip-hop at the time that was super homophobic. Damn near calling the man gay by playing a video of him as a child or putting a picture where he called Prodigy and accused him of being a ballerina.
Remember when Jay-Z put Prodigy on the Summer Jam screen and called him a ballerina? He dropped that line while a childhood dance photo of Prodigy...
Oh! Kids. Yeah, putting kids into it's too far. Unless I get the picture of you being a ballerina when you were a little nigga, it's going up on the Summer Jam screen. He's saying the verbal visual was too far. the nigga put up the picture for 57,000 people to see it in the arena.
G hit the Jumbotron, then brought out the real Michael Jackson right after. Later, outside Justin's, they stepped to Jay. He shook hands, and the...
But let's not stop there. Let's not stop there. I don't care if you Mob Deep. I hold trigger the cruise. You little fuck, I got more money stacks bigger than you. When I was pushing weight back in 88, nigga, you was a ballerina. I got the pictures. I seen ya. Then you drop shook ones, you switch up your demeanor. Well, we don't believe you. You need more people. Rockefeller students, we passed the class because nobody could read your dues like we do. Don't let him gas you like jig his ass and won't clap you. Trust me on this one. I'll detach you. Mine for spirit, but okay. Ask Nas. He don't want it with Hov. Let's get to verse 3. I know you miss it. Nas, the fame. But along with celebrity comes about 70 shots to your frame. Nigga, you a lame. By the way, here's another thing about Jay, like, kind of tucking his tail and be like, oh, this is too sensitive with this, like, acting like he wasn't on some worse timing. Kendrick never said that, Drake, I'm going to kill you. Drake never said, Kendrick, I'm going to kill you. Ever. In all rap beefs that Jay-Z was involved with, he was always having words and metaphors about murdering someone. Now, you could say, nah, that's just like lyrically, but okay. This is the 90s, early 2000s. These niggas are running around like thugs. Nigga, you a lame. Use the F-word model for Carl Kanai Esco as went from Nasty Nas to Esco's trash. Had a spark when you started, but now you're just garbage. Fell from top 10 and not mentioned at all. To your bodyguard's Uchi Wally verse, better than yours. Matter of fact, you had a whole flow on the whole fucking song, but I know the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine. That's why you're lame. Career come to end. It's only so long fake thugs could pretend. Nigga, you ain't live it. You witness it from your folks' pad. You scribble your notepad and created your life. Showed your first tech on the tour with Large Professor. Then I heard you talk about your tech on the dresser. Yeah, I sampled your voice. You was using it wrong. You made a hot line. I made a hot song. You ain't get a coin, nigga. You was getting fucked in. I know who I paid, dog. Searchlight Publishing. Use your brain. You said you been in this 10. I've been in this 5. Smarten up, Nas. 4 albums in 10 years, nigga. I could divide. That's one every, let's say, 2. 2 of them shits was due. One was Nah, the other was Illmatic, and that's a 1 hot album every 10-year average. Nigga, switch up your flow. Your shit is garbage. What you trying to kick knowledge? You niggas gonna learn to respect the king. Don't be the next contestant on the Summer Jam screen because you know who did you know what with you know who. But let's just keep that between me and you. Jay-Z is guilty of everything that he claims that Drake did and also Kendrick did. I'm sorry to say. And this battle embodies that. You have the response from even Nas that says Rockefeller died of AIDS. That was the end of his chapter, and that's the nigga you try to name a company after. Like they were pretty much talking really some hot shit. Anyway, the song we should probably focus on if we're staying with Jay-Z lyrics is Super Ugly. Now, after Ether dropped, and Ether is going so crazy. Jay-Z dropped a response song, which a lot of people, mischaracterize and don't actually put Ether against this song. They put it against Takeover. But this is the lyrics. It says, okay. So, but really, I don't need the heat. Your heart pump Project Kool-Aid and you sweet. I don't got a two-way. You gaze. This not a beef. This rap, homie. I don't got a scratch on me. You feel Jay soft? Rip Jay off. Damn, I'm only worth 100 mil. Look, I got beef with like 100 children. Niggas with pink suits trying to get cute. Nigga, you out of line, homie. Don't let the 9, homie, put you out your mind, homie. Just rhyme, homie. Kick your little lies. I kick my real facts like you sneaking out the back of that Source Sound Lab. Ha. We wasn't chasing you. We had a tape in 2. We came in to do our 1-2 thing. It wasn't a Rockefeller come through thing. Okay, Jesus. Because if it was on like that, I would have come through Queens with Queens niggas, and you know how I do. Look, I got more shooters in Queensbridge than you. Niggas will tie you up on a Coliseum roof and open beer bottles on the boy chip tooth. Look here. And then he said, I got myself a gun. And then he says, yo, listen. I'm the J to the A to the fuck this broad. This nigga never sold an aspirin. How you Escobar? Had to buy your chain back the last time you got robbed. The nerve of this coward. Oh my God. And I don't rap rumors or innuendo. I bring it to you live. Sorry. I bring it to you live. Lift up your window. Let the public peek and see your dirty laundry. You don't want me to continue. All right. And then here we go. This was the disrespectful part. He says... Now, the chorus is clearly aiming at Nas's woman at the time, which happened to be, I believe, Khalees. Is it Khalees? No. It's Nas's first baby mama. Her name is Carmen. And the hook goes, all I really know is your hoe wants to be with me, and she ain't playing. And what I'm saying with me sleeps between the sheets. That's when Jay basically commits every sin that these guys did. Me and the boy AI got more in common than just balling and rhyming. Get it? More in common. So he's basically saying, me and AI fucked your bitch, nigga. Like, what you talking about? I came in your Bentley back seat. He ejaculated. That's what he's trying to say. I ejaculated in your Bentley back seat, skeeted in your Jeep, and I left condoms on your baby seat. Yeah, nigga, the gloves is off. The love is done. It's whatever, whenever, however, nigga, want. And since you infatuated with saying that gay shit, bitch, you was kissing my dick when you was kissing that bitch. Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. Drake never even said nothing this wild to Kendrick's girl, bro. Nothing. He said like, yo, and Whitney, if you need a bodyguard. Yo, this nigga say, yo, and since you infatuated with saying that gay shit, bitch, you was kissing my dick when you was kissing that bitch, nigga. You thought you was boning Renette. You calling Cam 100 times. I was boning her. Come on. No, Carmen, my bad. Carmen 100 times. I was boning her neck, nigga. You got a baby by the broad, nigga. You can't disown her yet. When does your lies end and the truth begin? When reality set it or does it not matter? You gotta hurt that I'm your baby mama's favorite rapper, nigga. And ask your current girl. She know what's up. Holla at a real nigga. Jigga. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You went crazy on this. Wasn't enough to win the battle. Now, granted, I'm going to be fair to him. Jay-Z talks super ugly. He talked to Angie Martinez before, and he said his mama didn't like it. So, his mom didn't like it.
But right there, so now, I didn't even explain it to her. Like, I ain't explained the whole situation. Because she don't know. She don't know. Like, this thing, the record was... The freestyle was there's a mixtape, Flex supposed to play a mixtape and go away in 2 weeks. Like, like any other guy who makes a mixtape record about Rockefeller every week.
Super ugly, John.
Right. So it wasn't, I didn't produce it. It's Jack and Beats. Okay. It's a 2-minute freestyle. But so I don't think it's going to get this big to where my mom is going to hear. I'm never factored.
So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He did come back after this and he said his mom didn't approve. But at the end of the day, bro, you went there. Like, yo, you acting like, yo, beef never got this crazy. Like, bro, that's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. Like, you saying, yo, bro, I skeeted in your Jeep and I left condoms in your baby seat. Like, yeah, bro, like beef has gotten there.
This, you know what I'm saying? So, my whole thing. It wasn't
actually a song.
It's a freestyle.
Well, it's a freestyle. Okay, go ahead.
Right, but I mean that's neither here nor there.
Right,
we're gonna get to that. That's later.
Okay.
This is my point. I was the reason the record, I ain't think about Calm, or I ain't think about family, or I ain't think about my mom here, her mom, or any female being offended by it, because it was supposed to, it was this personal.
Yeah, going back, and I get, I'm not going to say Jay-Z might not be regretful about his past, but this is a man that made Big Pimpin', he made Girls. Jay-Z was one of the biggest misogynists of all time. Like, I hate that word, but like, in the definition that people try to jack these days, where people are just like, denigrating women and shit like that, Jay's been that. So when Jay's like coming out saying shit going too far and shit like that, I'm like, what is this nigga talking about?
Letter for Nas. It was a freestyle letter for him. And in order for me to explain that to you, we gotta go back.
Okay.
Me and him we're from real serious neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. Like I'm from Mars, he's from Queenswood. Real serious neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Our level of gangster, whatever we done, it's irrelevant. We know Like in these neighborhoods, there's certain rules and there's certain codes and certain things that you gotta obey.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's essential for life, right? So when you step over a line, and you say stuff like, "Oh, you tell a man to suck your hand or sucking lips," like when you say things like that, cocker fella, and things like that, you stepped over a line. Like you have to be prepared. Depending on what person you said that to, you have to be prepared to either fight that person or that person don't really want to bring harm to you. That's an unwritten rule that you just do not overstep. And I'm thinking, did I warrant that? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to be a fair guy. I'm like, did I warrant that? No, really.
You did.
No.
Takeover, Jay.
Now I'm explaining you the takeover. Listen, wait, let me tell you.
Summer Jam.
No, listen.
He shush. He let the man talk.
The takeover was Searchlight Publishing. 4 albums, 10 years. It was really about his career. It was a sport. The rhyme was a sport. Whatever it was in the rhyme, you could recite the rhyme, you could play the rhyme. It was a sport. It was about his career.
There was.
It wasn't. Yeah, but that was.
There was the. I know you didn't say.
Right.
I slept with your baby's mother, but you said.
Right, but
you know who the. You know
right.
what, and it's understood.
Right,
It was understood.
and if you rewind that back, you had a Stillmatic freestyle that was like.
You know who did? Come on, Jay. It's like Jay was playing victim after that. Okay, that's what makes sense. All right, let's get back to this.
Like bringing people kids in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like that. Maybe I've grown in a space that is probably, I sound like the old guy Wagner thing. But I think we can achieve the same thing as far as like sparring with music, with collaborations more so than breaking the whole thing apart.
Yeah.
It could stand it before because there was no social media and there was no thing. And, you had the battle and it was fun and then you moved on.
Right.
Right now, I don't know if it could stand it with the technology that we have.
Because it takes up so much oxygen.
It takes up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And now it's just like every day they're just trying
they're
to
still talking about it.
It's not just talking about it. Not like, yo, this song, I like this.
Yeah.
No, it's like trying to tear down the people's life.
Yeah.
It's like trying to, wreck this.
Yeah. Now, I agree with him in principle. I just don't think he's saying it for the right reasons. I think he realizes these days people want blood. And whether it's the battle or whether they're now interested in his sexual past, I think he's watching how bloodthirsty people are and stands and fans. And I think he's saying it for his own reasons more than he's saying it for Drake and Kendrick fans.
This guy's marriage or this guy's relationship with his child. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Again, I love the idea that we got so much music in such a short period of time.
Great music.
Just everything around it was just like, man, it's like taking us a couple steps back.
Yeah.
And we just grown so much that I don't know if, I guess I'm gonna say it, I don't know if battling needs to be part of the culture anymore.
Interesting.
I hate that I have this point of view. I do, because I know it.
Yeah, I was surprised he said that. I think battling is always necessary, but battling is a sport that nobody's gonna be atop of that podium like Floyd Mayweather doing some Pretty Boy Floyd shit and go to the club afterwards. And nah, battling is a contact sport. It's a sport where you might end up wondering if you won the battle, even if you won the battle. It's a thing where your whole head is bloodied and you're the victor. Because the nature of what battling is in hip hop is that someone goes low, you got to take them to hell. You got to, if you were friends with them, you got to expose the worst things you know about them. If you don't know them, you got to offend them to the point and find the trigger that they would want to find you, or they would feel so upset that they couldn't potentially ever be cool with you again. was part of the crowd perception is that we like the argument. Mostly.
I know what it sounds like. I know what it feels like. I hate it. It's just how I feel about it.
Well, it even kind of extended to you, right? Because people made it a personal thing that you chose Kendrick for the Super Bowl. It's like, oh man, he's choosing the side and he's putting, and he's not.
Like I don't have, what do I have to do with that? I chose the guy that was having a monster year. I think it was the right choice.
Word.
It wasn't in some sort of alliance to a battle, I don't.
Yeah.
What I care about them two guys battling, like, it's got to do with me.
Word.
Have at it. Have fun. It's almost like, not just me, by the way. They drag everybody in it. Like, everyone's part of this conspiracy to undermine Drake, I guess. But like, what the fuck? Like, what?
Yeah, nah. Yo, Jay, again, I know you're trying to use this. Man, I'm Hove. Why the fuck would I care? It's the same reason why Michael Jordan, for the most part, over the last 10, 15 years, even when Kobe was alive and still playing, until Kobe retired, he would kind of like always remind people that Kobe couldn't be better than him. It's legacy. Your jersey's in the rafters and you're watching someone trying to chase your record. Rest in peace to Kobe, but I'm pretty sure if Kobe was here, Kobe wouldn't be saying, bam, nah, beat my record. I think Kobe would be watching like, man, I hope this nigga don't beat it. I don't believe Jay-Z wants people or the next generation to look and exalt Drake as, no, Drake is better than me. And me being like, I'm thinking as if I was Jay-Z. Also, there's some personal things there. They kind of fell out once Drake decided not to sign to Tidal. Biggest artist in the world. You've collaborated with him frequently. Everybody else is like, jumping for joy at the opportunity of working with you on this new streaming platform called Tidal. And Drake says, no, I'm going my own way. I don't want to do it. You feel that was disrespectful.
I'm fucking Jay-Z. or due respect to him. I'm fucking Hove. Dude, respectfully.
Word.
Like, for what? To what end?
Yeah.
It couldn't be like these guys just don't like each other.
Yeah.
And I think they haven't liked each other for a long time.
Before you had anything to do with it.
For a while.
Yeah.
I think this has been brewing, just like me and Nas was brewing.
Yeah.
It didn't happen at the Summer Jam. That happened at Lex and TV.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to rewind in like a couple minutes. I got to grab a Red Bull upstairs, okay?
I don't know if it could stand it with the technology that we have.
Because it takes up so much oxygen.
It takes up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And now it's just like every day they're just trying
they're
to
still talking about it.
It's not just talking about it. Not like, yo, this song, I like this.
Yeah.
No, it's like trying to tear down the people's life.
Yeah.
It's like trying to, wreck this guy's marriage or this guy's relationship with his child. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Again, I love the idea that we got so much music in such a short period of time.
Great music.
Just everything around it was just like, man, it's like taking us a couple steps back.
Yeah.
And we just grown so much that I don't know if, I guess I'm gonna say it, I don't know if battling needs to be part of the culture anymore.
Interesting.
I hate that I have this point of view. I do, because I know what it sounds like. I know what it feels like. I hate it. It's just how I feel about it.
Well, it even kind of extended to you, right? Because people made it a personal thing that you chose Kendrick for the Super Bowl. It's like, oh man, he's choosing the side and he's putting, and he's not.
Like I don't have, what do I have to do with that? I chose the guy that was having a monster year. I think it was the right choice.
Word.
It wasn't in some sort of alliance to a battle. I don't.
Yeah.
What I care about them two guys battling, like, what's that got to do with me?
Word.
Have at it. Have fun. It's almost like, not just me, by the way. They drag everybody in it. Like, everyone's part of this conspiracy to undermine Drake, I guess. But like, what the fuck? Like, what? I'm fucking Jay-Z. or due respect to him. I'm fucking Hove. Dude, respectfully.
Word.
Like, for what? To what end?
Yeah.
It couldn't be like these guys just don't like each other.
Yeah.
And I think they haven't liked each other for a long time.
Before you had anything to do with it.
For a while.
Yeah.
I think this has been brewing, just like me and Nas was brewing.
Yeah.
It didn't happen at the Summer Jam.
I agree with that.
Lex and TV sets, the minimum. whatever. It was a whole bunch of stuff leading up to that point.
Myth Bleak, what is the Myth Bleak slugs in your hat, right?
It was slugs in your hat. It was a bunch of like little things that led up to that point. And then when it happened, I actually regret that because I really like Nas. He's a really nice guy.
But also to your point, like I remember I was like 10 or 11 when that happened. I was
Had a
like,
bigger side.
well, I was on your side.
Yeah, I could clearly.
But
you did. That's
my position was I can't go out and buy Stillmatic or ask my parents to buy Stillmatic.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna borrow it and burn it because I can't deny one mic. You know.
Like I want to hear it.
Yeah.
But I ain't supporting them.
Word.
Yeah.
So it's almost kind of like fostering the same independence that you carry versus like
right back to the
just
beginning.
being like signed. You're signed to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna curate your career in this sort of way.
Yeah.
You know, I never was comfortable with that anyway.
With being
an
in
artist's
charge?
expression should be their expression.
Mhm.
I'm really much fall back. That's I think what happened with Cole. Like just the narrative around Cole is that we didn't love Cole. No, we believed in him enough to let him find his journey.
Yeah.
And he found his path. It took him a minute.
Yeah.
But he found his way.
Was that something that you had to learn yourself though too? Because Cole will tell the story about how like you wanted to sit him with Stargate and maybe think about that single.
Yeah, I was giving him a chance to take his talent and show it to the most people possible.
Yeah.
But his way. I didn't force it. I just like, here's this record from Stargate, and you putting it out like I forced Bleak to make men Bleak. It was like, no.
I mean, I think that worked.
My little brother, he has to listen to me. You know what I mean? But like for J. Cole, he has to find his own direction, and I'm gonna give him the tools.
Yeah.
I mean, we made big records with Stargate. They made humongous records, and on Rihanna and blah blah blah, and even I think they made the Wiz Khalifa Black and Yellow.
Yep. Yeah.
Biggest songs in the world. You don't want to go see it? Fine.
All right.
You know, so I'm gonna present that, but I'm not gonna make them do it.
Yeah. What is your relationship with Cole like these days?
Obviously, there's things behind the scenes with, you know, like artists and shit like that gets complicated.
Yep.
But I think given a chance to prove that you're above board is an opportunity.
Word.
So I don't have any negative feelings for him. I'm actually super proud of him and what he's done.
It sounds like you're still like when you came in, we were talking about the mixtape. Like you're still engaging with the work as a fan too.
Yeah, Clue sent it to me actually.
Oh, word?
Clue, not Cole.
Yeah.
He sent it to me because he's proud, right?
Yeah.
The thing about Clue, like he have like a resurgence behind it.
Yeah. I want to go back to this idea we were talking about just doing things the right way, even when that comes to like attaining wealth and continuing to amass wealth. We're talking about B-sides. One of your illest lines to me is face to the ceiling, race to 1 billion, heaven on earth, will his wings still fit him? So like, what's the answer to that question? Is it a constant struggle to maintain?
Your morality defines who you are, right? It's not what you've attained. It's not a dollar amount that changes you.
Yeah.
And if so, what is that dollar amount? When does it start? Is it 100,000? Is it 150? Like at what point, if it's a cutoff, if it's like all millionaires are bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So at 999,000, I'm good. It can't be that way, right? It doesn't make any sense. The system is set up against me, against us. But I'm talking about my specific struggle.
Yeah.
Everything was against me. My talent, not taking advantage of people, not taking advantage of a system, not creating tax loopholes, not just taking from other people. No, my talent pushed against all the headwind. And with that success, I've done things with my reach that I wanted to do that was helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I agree with Jay with this. I believe Jay's been, whatever you want to call him, he's been this person all along. He said it, these are his own words here. He's like, yo, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars, right? So he's dumbing down for his audience because he wanted to double his dollars, He says, yo, if skills sold, truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically Talib Kweli. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I did 5 million. I ain't been rhyming like common sense. Like, come on, like the dude has told you he's been a capitalist all his life. I've seen more proof in Jay-Z's catalog and through his own words that Jay is a capitalist more than he is someone who has said that he'll sacrifice capitalism and his own advancement in business for the black plight. And that's why when some people feel like I'm like being facetious, but I'm not being facetious. I salute Jay for that. I salute Jay with sometimes the way he finesse niggas. You know why? Because niggas is stupid enough to get finesse. He's not really doing much to finesse y'all. Y'all are just believing in someone that has told you that he was going to do the opposite. So how could I blame Jay? His music and his life has shown you exactly who he is. If anything, sometimes I give him props that he could get it off again. A lot of times I'm like, no way he gets to do this again. And he does. He does it one more time. And it's like, oh, shit.
With the system that we have, what are you going to do? Because I don't believe in that the idea that someone has a certain amount of money, it defines their personality.
Mm-hmm. So when you have like an example like that versus like the kind of, I would say, commonplace public perception.
By the way, let me read some donations. I forgot I did not even read donations. I'm over here horrible with this, huh? I apologize, chat. By the way, shout out to Fax. Fax hit me earlier. He's like, man, you got to make sure to read donations tonight. Thank you, Fax. Gino says, yo, not gonna lie. He said it's an hour ago. Looked like Rock Nation uncalled him. He was dropping 60 points on Jay the other day. I don't think it's a bad interview. The only thing I think he's not being genuine with is that he feels it's going too far in the battle. No, Jay's gone far. Like, I'm not, I know sometimes y'all just want me to violate Jay or go crazy on Jay, but there's always like a method to the madness, right? Like what I'm telling you is that Jay's a capitalist. He's basically admitting he's a capitalist. Like, what do you want me to be like? Oh, look, he's bad. The dude is telling you. It would be different if he's like, nah, I don't like money. I don't want to be a billionaire. I want to be Dr. Umar Johnson. Bro, he's not saying that. Bro, at every opportunity, he tells you he is for progression. Yo, we're past kneeling right now. He's simply speaking, shit, I can't be mad at him for that. And if people keep getting hoodwinked, that's on them. Only part he's capping about in this whole interview is the fact that Drake, that he has nothing against Drake, that he didn't put Kendrick against Drake with the Super Bowl, and he can't understand why fans are moving like that when he's fucked up about how his reputation was ruined at the beginning of the year. Somebody says, you should start doing comedy skits. I got mad ideas. Oh, thank you, Parsley. Let me know your ideas. Somebody says, if you think Jay-Z is intelligent, your IQ is 25. I do think Jay's intelligent, actually. I know you're not talking to me, but I do think he's intelligent. I think it's part of intelligence to be able to finesse. I think Jay's a finesser. I think Jay's always been smart enough to take advantage of even smarter people in the room. And sometimes you call that street smart, but that's intelligence, right? If you could be book smart all you want, but if you let somebody who's street smart finesse you out your money, that person's smart too. Somebody says, ask him if he got lined up behind the wall. Somebody says, should have let J. Cole interview Jay-Z. Would have been like ultra melatonin. Nah, I don't want to watch that. Someone said, Samuel Glover says, both my parents died in a car crash and I grew up without knowing them. How's that good for me? These rich people want to be deep and smart crap. Somebody said, what are these questions, bro? Are you pulling the strings from Meg? And is a smear campaign against Drake and Nicki? Gino, so what you're asking, all right, so if I was interviewing Jay, again, I wouldn't have a conversation with him in private. It would have to be in public. And it would have to be recorded. I'll tell you how I'd go about it. you can't just ask Jay, and that's what I'm saying. Jay's a little bit smart. If you just ask him like, yo, are you running a smear campaign against Nicki? He's going to say no. You'd have to kind of like in a roundabout way bring up the reasons why he would have all the reasons to do it and then the resources to do it. Then you go to the accusations. Bro, Jay, you know, again, at the end of the day, I think he's a witty guy. He spent half of his career not dissing people directly, but subliminally dissing them and baiting them out and letting them crash out by themselves because once they start responding, he would just leave them in the wind. That's kind of smart. Ariel says, no, shout out to the chat queens at your show. And Leaf, who follows with the accommodation that are on the scene. It was fun, Ack. Hey, I'm glad you came out. I'm glad, you know, I got a chance to meet you. And I hope we definitely get a chance to run into each other again. Ariel was a absolute, you know, she was amazing. Thank you for coming out, by the way. Vision says, Act play Draco's song Ingle Weird. He disses Munchie Beat on the song. Oh, the lore. Call Flocko, we need an inside scoop. I did, he didn't answer. King James says, yo, I missed the meet and greet at the Miami show due to the traffic. A lot of people did. We had 72 meet and greet, and I think I only did like 30. I was confused. Trust me. I was ready to do 72 meet and greets, and I think I did like 35. I remember asking my team, I said, how many meet and greets do we do? And then I realized many people came late. The traffic was whatever. Someone said Microsoft owns part of OpenAI already, FYI. I'm not sure about the complete owning, but they're definitely an investor. We want to know who slid on Draco, called Flocko. We did. Could you look into Pete Hegseth? Broker bought defense stocks a week before going to war with Iran. Is public info. Yeah, a lot of them politicians, they're all inside trading. If every country had sticks or nukes, it wouldn't be all this bullshit. That's my hip hop take. So basically, if everybody had guns, nobody would be acting up. Makes different reasons because, you know, some of these countries are small countries. Free My Grandma says, free Thug in advance. Hilarious. And somebody says, another great stream from my GOAT. Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm just finishing reading the donation. Then we're going to get to the end of this. Here we go. The one's from King Academics. Okay. Jay Wavy, thank you for all the donations. You diss Black Boy Max? Why? And Ronaldo says, yo, Act, please remove that picture of Whack from off the screen. Okay. All right. Let's watch the end of this chat.
That someone would say all billionaires are bad or no one should have $1 billion. Like, what's the tension in that?
I got to give you the honest answer.
Please.
There's no tension.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what you say. You can believe what you want to believe.
Word.
You know, people behave the way they want to behave.
Mm-hmm. You was who you was before you got here.
You was who you was before you got here. That's the makeup of your person. You're going to believe what you're going to believe, and you're going to behave the way you behave.
You're looking at a year that you defined to me as...
I think every move Jay has made is to become a billionaire. Why would people be so surprised about this action? Jay-Z made really shrewd moves to become a billionaire. By the way, I think they just announced that like he's worth like 2-point-something billion. He trimmed the fat. He got rid of people who were holding him back, people who were getting in their own way, people who weren't contributing to his mission. He aligned with the people that he could get into other business opportunities with. He became his friends. His friends were friends of opportunity and friends of business, not friends of you're my homie from back on the block. Yes, he had a few of those, but those people he would tell, just stay out of my way. I'll make sure you're good. The Meth Bleaks of the world, you know?
It's all offense. And, you know, you said that you made scratches and they sounded kind of like fiery and maybe not anything you wanted to put out. So it made me wonder, like, what are the hallmarks of a great Jay-Z album right now? Like, what are you trying to put out there that you would want to put out there?
I don't know yet. I don't know. But I know that we have enough negativity currently.
Mm-hmm.
I know that for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what what I need to create currently that's gonna like fulfill me.
Okay.
And make me happy, because that's most important.
Yeah.
Right. And whatever that feeling is, will vibrate and might, touch people in a way with its honesty. And maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm stopping myself from just creating, trying to create something that people like.
Yeah.
Is where I think a lot of artists get jammed up.
Right. Overthinking it.
Yeah. They just try to make.
Or reverse engineer it. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, they love the feeling of that white hot feeling of when they was, it felt new.
Yeah.
And that newness, trying to create that, is where they get jammed up, because you don't know slang and you don't know anything. And it's sad. It's like it's cringy. Like, nah, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Make your type of music.
Word.
Because you ain't doing what you saying you're doing. I'm not doing the same thing I was doing in '96.
Yeah.
So we need to make that any type of music that approaches that would be embarrassing, because it's not authentic. You just gotta make something timeless that I really love and that's really honest and true to who I am.
All right, I don't know. What type of joints he got going on?
And that lesson to you was that there's always.
All right, man. All right. Chat, I ain't gonna lie, my stomach is killing me. Pause. I think it's a Red Bull. Yeah. All right. Holy shit. I do want to update the Jaden Ivey story. I think we're just gonna do it tomorrow, chat. It's 4:16 in the morning. I know you guys wanted me to kind of go in a little bit more on this Jay shit, but I can't be pretentious. Jay is exactly who we knew he was. He is a guy for self. He's a guy that's a capitalist. He's a guy that, to be honest, has always lived off this cultural equity that we've given him, mostly because he's been first over the hill to do many things. He's took that and always capitalized off of it. Why would we be shocked that he has these thoughts towards being a billionaire? I think he's full of shit when he's talking about the battle. I think he's full of shit when he's talking about Drake. I think he's full of shit when he's talking about Kendrick. I think he was silently supporting Kendrick. He loved to see Drake get knocked down a notch. And I think for him, he's always looked at Drake not only as on maybe a personal issue thing, because I think the title thing matters, but he's also looking at Drake in terms of legacy. There was a time that Jay-Z was the artist with the most like #1 rap albums. Drake done fucking smashed that record, especially consecutive ones. Yeah, he smashed that record. So Jay-Z is one of those guys where Drake is breaking every record he's ever had. At this point, it's those intangible legacy things that people could say, oh, nah, Jay really still is better. And I think he plays the game just like Michael Jordan. These older guys that are, had their run, a lot of times they become like these oligarchs that are trying to like let everybody know, whether from the media or elsewhere, this new guy that everybody likes, he's still now on my level. And they do it in many different ways, whether it's affect the media or literally just give one guy who he's battling a fucking Super Bowl performance to perform at this song that you claim you don't like the premise, not necessarily of the song, but you don't like the premise because you were accused of certain stuff in the same year, and that made you feel like you were ready to crash out. Okay. All right, people. Chat, I'm getting off of here. I love y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Another 4 to 5 hours stream tomorrow, so don't you worry. We are going for at least a week in a row. So we're going to get to all the topics you want to. I did get on a little bit late tonight, and I do know at 4 a.m. We're all like dead. All right? Chat, thank you. I will be back on tomorrow. Peace. Get